Good. Yeah, we had maybe 12 people. The grandmother. Something like that. Way removed. So it is. Yeah. Kim, thank you very much, Kim. What else? What else?
Beautiful spot today, Tom.
Yeah, it's not good, huh? Not bad.
For coming, because you were right 20 minutes in front of me.
Yeah.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Transparency. We're right outside here at the courthouse. Karen Reed. It's the Karen Reed case. We got a half a day for us. About 9 to 1. Big Bev. Let's see what it's like to be right there on the lawn. We got lawn seats today, thanks to Tom.
Yeah.
What time did you leave in the morning?
6:30. I went to church.
You did.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's right up the street. I have no excuse not to go. Takes 2 minutes.
It's a beautiful church.
Yeah. You're so good.
I was listening to a beautiful, some new guy I came across.
There's so many new.
He was really good.
Yes.
And I forget his name. Dark hair. I forget his name, but he's really
The
good.
lawyer you don't. The lawyer you know maybe.
Nope.
No.
He's a different name. I gotta look. But he was really good.
Listen, I go to YouTube and I start scrolling. Karen Reed.
And
Karen Reed. Karen Reed.
whatever
Karen
comes
Reed.
up
Karen.
live, and I jumped on.
Oh, Karen Reed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you know what? You're a Droid, right?
A what?
Samsung.
Yes.
Phone. Do you know what I noticed my phone is doing?
What?
I used to be able to.
All right, guys. Good morning. It is nothing but a Karen Reed. Everybody's feeding. Everybody's live feeds are Karen Reed, Karen Reed. Well, that means you're all watching the same people. We're covering the Karen Reed case. Again, good morning. Hello. I think we're in for a treat today. We're going to hear the end of Goode's cross-examination. Lally may, redirect there. Then we're going to go on to Lank, which is going to be very, very interesting. I don't personally believe that they went into that house like they say that they did at the time that they said that they did. I don't believe that. I don't believe there was enough time. Something's off to me. And so therefore, I want to really break down this timeline as we're getting more information. So have a great day, Tom, everyone. Yes, Tom's the man. So again, come on in. Got lawn seats over here outside the courthouse.
Buddy, I'm just gonna walk real quick.
There's supposed to be something at 3 o'clock. Same at Birchmore.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Look at all the puppies.
Something in that courtroom across the hall. And I don't know what.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I was saying it's yours.
Yeah.
This is the same exact pink. Looks like this.
I love this.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to find. Let's see, come out of the. Can't find it.
What a beautiful day over there. Nice and sunny. Looks great. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're going to hear a little ruling from Bev in the morning. Remember, they took voir dire before we left yesterday. There was voir dire taken for Lank, and it's going to be what, if anything, Yesteday and Alan can bring in concerning Officer Lank and his history with the Alberts family, specifically in regards to a bar fight / parking lot fight, whatever you want to call it. But Bev said it's relevant. Bev flexing a little bit for the defense there and saying that it's relevant. So we'll see. We'll see what's up. I got my pink on for Karen Reed today. Supporting. What's the over-under on the Bev being 17 minutes late? I think because it's a half a day, I'm going to go with it starting at 9:04. She's a 4 or 7 type of girl. So I'm going to go with 9:04.
You think she does that on 4th of July? She parties hard if she's a 407 type of girl?
Yeah, she's a dog. She's a dog.
Thursday, we're going to
She
start.
just parked right up front. She just got a spot right up front.
Yeah, right there.
Oh my god. I drove around like 4 times.
Kelly Reed's all the way down like half mile down the street.
I ended up parking in the lot, and I'm afraid of my.
No, that's fine. There's actually really
No,
the security people.
Police if I had to. Not with the dog.
Where's Jennifer Coffin-Napper? I don't see her out
If
there.
I was watching, I mean, people will leave it in a little bit.
How about her getting caught on the
That
front
was
lawn
awesome
of the?
yesterday when I was like, I said to Dina was down here. I'm
Yeah,
like, go
woman's
run,
something
like,
else.
block the traffic so the cars can get out.
Right.
I wonder if these people realize that they're talking to Tom and they're
Brother
live.
running into his battery,
Ah,
and that's a power in that brick's power inverter. So you just plug your cell phone right into it.
nice.
Oh, perfect.
Is that nice?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice skit. Who would have thought?
Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you two, you're a cop.
Yeah.
Where's Chrissy?
Yeah.
Chrissy's
So
always full of the one-liners.
everyone, I thank you all for being here and donating and
Like I said, Tom's a great guy. Bev might be a few minutes late. She got stuck behind that bus. Again, come on in, guys. Karen Reed case starts here in 11 minutes. 11 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock here. Tom's the sweetest. I know. Where's Rita? She down there? He needs to start interviewing people.
I don't even know I do
I
it.
lay in the control and it goes back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
So-
you know.
Oh, I see Tom taking out with the
Ah,
blonde.
that's good. Yeah. My pleasure, Susan. I'm gonna be here all day for you guys.
My pleasure.
Half a day. And I mean, stuff happens out here. Like out of the blue, stuff happens. Out of the blue. It's just
In
yeah.
the buffer zone.
Things are weird.
What is that one?
So yeah. Melanie Little and Brandy. Hold on. Melanie Little and Brandy did their show together, and they were 2 hours behind because all they did was gossip with girl and chat. Well, they're dynamite, both of them.
Oh, I've seen the guy in the green there. He's been on the news a couple different times.
Warmed up fast, Tom.
All right, so you just went from one to the other. Gotcha. You see that, guys, right?
He's got it all. Look at he's layered up. He's layered up like John was.
Dude, we earned this day today.
Yeah, we
We
did.
earned this day. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming here today.
Beautiful.
Very nice to see you again. You sleep good last night?
Yeah, Rita is there. Love Rita.
Good, good.
Good woman.
I said, remember I said I was going to sleep.
Yeah.
Took me a little while.
Yeah.
Like, who would have
I got a
thought?
19-year-old.
Calling us
Oh, well, there you
I was
go.
always screaming.
Oh, yeah. That's part of being 19 years old.
You gotta
You know,
bring
that's part of it.
someone
You know, it's all right.
I'd rather have a 19-year-old.
Yeah, you know, he ain't hurting nobody.
Being outside.
Yep.
Talking about love. And
I know
come out
I
to our show.
Yeah.
Me too.
He ain't hurt. Yeah, let him play his game. He's fine.
He's got a car, so he can really do whatever he wants.
There you go.
You know what? He's got a friend coming from Texas
Yeah.
in a couple weeks, and I'm gonna bring.
Depending on who we kind of get to hear through the next couple days, I'm curious to see who will be on the stand. Next Monday as part of the all dayer. Very curious. Very curious to see how much we're going to get through, or if Lank's just going to be the only person that we're dealing with today. After the Goode's Cross here, the finale of it. I gotta get some pink yoga pants. I'm gonna come out there because I'm gonna be all in pink, man. I'm gonna try to do a cartwheel on the lawn. I'm gonna just follow Tom around. I'm gonna heckle Tom. Tom's a good dude. Actually, I get that place a lot more livelier. I don't know if they're ready for me.
Over more, down more. Yep, right there. To the right. Over. Yep, right there. Thank you. I can never reach. Yep. Is there a tag there? Is that
Yep.
what? All right.
Yep.
You got to get rid of that tag. So. Thank you. Yep. Oh, good. Yeah.
Salt of the earth. Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Dear.
you. Thank you. I'm telling you.
All right, so let's talk about it. How do you guys feel like the jury? What do you think the jury's doing right now? Do you think the jury is, feeling some type of way? Do you think that they're lost? Do you think they're like, we're not buying the cops, we're not buying any of this? What do you guys think? What's the jury thinking? The next question is what is the family of John O'Keefe? How are they feeling? They're sitting right next to Karen Reed and her team, like so up top, like, wow. They're super close. So what are you guys thinking? How do you think the jury is handling? Because I'm going to tell you this. They're supposed to be doing no like discussing, talking about this, nothing. We do all this recap at the end of the night, right? They don't get to take their little booklets home, right? So it's like, what are you writing down in your booklet? You know, no one is truthful so far. They're like, what the fuck are we doing here? I hope they're seeing through the bias stuff they're seeing and hearing. You know, Bella brought up a good point when she said, you know, do you think it's confusing the jury when we're not hearing like a, you know, if you're going to object to something, there's an objection with it. It's not just object, like you're saying something with that. So is that confusing the jury? When you're used to hearing objection, you know, hearsay, objection, relevance, objection, you know, you're coming with something. And so is it confusing the jury that there's a ruling without knowing why that can't be heard? So as far as the family, Annie P says, as far as the family, denial is wicked strong. I think I'd just be more pissed than anything, knowing that that's how you handled my brother's investigation. You know, like I said, take Karen Reed out of the equation. Take anybody who was involved out of the equation. The way that this was done and the lack of respect that you're having for my brother. Yeah, I got a problem with that. If it had to do with batteries, honey, okay, I'm a very smart woman. It's definitely not the batteries. There's no fire. There's no fire alarms in my house right now. They were all drained and everything. They're hardwired. This has nothing to do with batteries. Trust me, a girl knows how to put batteries in her toys. The baseball bat. Don't know what that means, but now let's go like this. I want to share. You like that one? There you go. Thought that would help you out. We got sending hugs from Massachusetts. You guys, I love all your guys' your accents. One of my good friends is from Boston. Okay. But there's a disconnected wire. We'll go check it out. I love your guys' accent. Do you guys think that we have an accent because like we think you guys have an accent? Like how does that work? Good morning, H-bag. You teabagging son of a bitch. Good morning. Again, want to know what you guys think. How is the jury? What is the jury thinking? I'm thinking there's no way you're going to get past a reasonable doubt if you know what the definition of reasonable doubt is. And this is the date. We've gotten through 5 days. I think this is going to take super long. It just depends how Bev's going to be about it. You hear her sighing like, but you got officers that were there that said that they didn't see or hear the things that other people saw and heard, especially going into the house. You know, hearing Mulaney say, no, I didn't see any first responders going to that house. I didn't see them come out. I did not see Jen McCabe going. Like, nobody brought out blankets. Did you know that it was there was a Boston police officer's house? And no, like, and then you hear people, other cops saying, the lights turned on. And then we went in there and it's like, there's only 4 of you guys there. There's 4 cops there. And you guys huddle and talk. That's all you guys do. You would know. You'd be communicating, okay, if you went into that house and if you were interviewing people. Okay. But I think the mere fact to see that, it's like, that's why he did the two cops, separated the two cops' statements, and then plowed it with fire department, and then comes with the cops again, so that you can't recall, or maybe you couldn't remember if you're a juror. Wait a second, this is what this guy said. This is what this guy said. You know, and these are the cops. So it's the order that Lally is going in is strategic. But I think that this is, if Alan Jackson and Yesteday do what I think they're going to do and rope it all together here, I'm telling you, this week is going to be very, very, very detrimental to the prosecution. Do you understand what Alan Jackson had them saying on cross-examination yesterday? I've never done a homicide investigation. I've never done a homicide. You understand that he showed cups and he showed evidence on February 1st that was never introduced. There's no logs introducing that evidence. Like, excuse me? And then here miraculously is right underneath Karen Reed's car in the Sally Port, where then blood is going to be allegedly said to have been on pieces of that glass. They got everybody saying that there was never a single piece of glass that they saw at the scene, and they were using their little blower. So I think the bombs that came from Alan Jackson on cross-examination with the blood evidence and everything to do with, those weren't even evidence bags. Those were shopping bags. Those were brown paper. Do you want a double bag? I want you to teabag me. After you double bag my groceries. That's what Alan Jackson just did. He teabagged them. Okay? If you have one juror with a brain, they're in there saying, I'm not leaving here with anything other than not guilty. And let me tell you why. And then you would say those reasons, and you would say, nobody can get past this beyond a reasonable doubt. I just want to know how long they're going to take to, because nothing that I've seen so far, if anything, this all relies on Karen Reed's admission that she knew that she hit him. So right there, I believe that murder is completely off the table. Now you're trying to work with, if you think it was an accident, murder's off the table. And I don't think you have the evidence in a secured fashion. And we're only to day 5 going on 6. I don't know what Tom is doing. He must want a little nooner. And it's only 9. Tom, what's going on over there? Going over to Tom's. Give him a shout out. Say, hey, TNT sent me. And we just want to say thank you for all your hard work, devotion, dedication. Gets up every morning, makes us strive. Rain, cold, sun.
All right.
That man deserves to
That.
get a good tea bagging and H bagging. All right, let's go check it out, see if Bev is ready for us. Oh, yeah, Higgins just showing up at 1:30 in the morning. I mean, Goode looks like a fool up there. Gallagher was never talked to. I mean, do you guys know, like, the fan is on? Thank you. Okay. Do you guys know that there's people watching this, as in, like, federal agents? Federal agents are watching this trial, taking note of everything that's going on. There was a federal investigation, and these people want to fuck around. Or are there some people that aren't fucking around? They're like, I'm not fucking doing that. And are there truly some people that aren't going to do that? And I think Mulaney was one of them. I'm telling you, I would be recalling him. I would be recalling him, and I think that they are. I think that it's strategic that they're not asking certain questions before Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts are going to testify. Because remember, the defense still gets to put on a defense, and they're going to. So just because these people are being talked to at cross-examination, they're not just done. The defense, after the Commonwealth rest their case, the defense can then say, hey, we're putting on a defense, because after they're going to try to get a directed verdict, no doubt about it. And it may happen, but if it doesn't, and Bev says, no, there's enough here, they've proved their case to have enough, you're going to have to do something. Then the defense starts their case, which you're recalling. You can recall anybody you want, and you're putting on your case. So here we go. I'll be back before Bev is done trying to straighten her hair, says Heather. Yeah, do you think that Bev's going to have it in a pony today? Over and under on Bev having it in a pony. Let's take a look. All right. I think that Officer Mullaney is the ticket. He ain't going to lie. He ain't going to federal prison. Caitlin Albert is tomorrow. I think, honestly, it all depends on they're misjudging how long their witnesses are taking. So Caitlin is expected this week. Jennifer McCabe. I think Kerry Roberts. I think all the civilians are expected this week. Let's see. Again, welcome to the transparency. We will begin by going on over to Court TV / Law and Order. Law and Crime. We'll do it from Law and Crime today. Oh, stop sharing like that. Again, this is day 6. Get your little, there you go. This is day 6. We'll have bingo starting here. Bella! Meatloaf! Bella, where's our tickets? Oh gosh, what the heck's going on? I can't get my iPhone charged. People trying to hit me up. Let's go. Jump on it. Oh, there we go. Hey Bella, could you pin the tail on the donkey? Can you pin the bingo card?
The bingo card in chat.
Yeah, well, put it in chat and then I'll pin it.
Okay, hold on. Nothing.
Haha. Truth Nation, baby. What's up, Willie? What you doing? Willie, are you going to get a fucking bingo? All right. This is how we're doing it today. At 9 o'clock, if there's not a bingo, the $5 goes to $10 at 10 o'clock. We are staying the same game. If there's not a winner by the 10 o'clock hour, then it goes up to 15 for the 11 o'clock hour. It keeps adding $5 until we have a winner here at the 1 o'clock hour. So we're playing the same card bingo all the way through because I want this winner and the money will carry over. If there is a winner at, after the first hour, then it resets like normal, but it's like a carryover. It's like a pot. Well, let's say that nobody wins bingo today. That means we're starting bingo off at $25 tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll be in then. I'm also doing an Idaho live. I have some, I'll be dropping a link. I got some information for you guys. We're going to talk a little about some federal shit. I got some Ryan Drake shit. It's all feds. I want to talk about the cast. I want to talk about FBI and what shithole that is. But Lana, do we have to clear every hour? No, you just keep going with the same ticket and the same bingo until there is a bingo. So, and remember, you just send me your Cash App and you get Cash App and I think everybody's been getting their cash apps. If not, what the heck is this? Oh. I don't even know sometimes. Bev being a player. Man, did you notice in the leaf blower video that the dude stuck his finger right in the blood? Oh, yeah. He touched it with his little glove there. Mm-hmm. It's 9:08, so Bev's late. Okay, can you imagine going on a date with Bev? Let's talk about it. I really do want to talk about this. Where would you take Bev if you were to take Bev on a date? Do you think Bev's married? Because let's act like Bev's not married, okay? For the sake of my game. And so I'm just curious, where would you take Bev on a date? All right. Annie B says, a titty bar. Just coming right for it on a Tuesday morning. I take Bev to a titty bar. Oh, God. You talk about heavy breathing. You haven't heard nothing yet. Jay Cassie says the amusement park because she's a clown. Probably no. Yeah. Pin that LO. I'm pinning it, girl. I'm pinning it over here, okay? I'm asking my viewers. Yo. Oh, pin. What about my ting? What about your doja ding ding? Thank you. Pin, bitch. All right, it's pinned. Okay. So where would we take Bev on a date? I'll tell you, I'm going to give you my answer. Someone says Applebee's. She's definitely a drinker. She's definitely a smoker. I would take her to the hookah bar. Foxy Lady. So is that what Foxy Lady is? I told Bella if we came down, we wanted to go to P-Town. Isn't that what it's called? P-Town? One of the girls I coached got a full ride to one of the basketball programs over there. They still live in that area. Pickleball? You take Bev on a pickleball date? That's interesting. Oh, legs and eggs at Foxy Ladies, home of the knockouts. Hell yeah, I'm in. That's where I want to live stream. I want to live stream from the parking lot of Legs and Eggs at Foxy Lady. Somebody get me the deal. Somebody say that Truth and Transparency wants to do her podcast outside of Legs and Eggs. That's me all day. I want a damn t-shirt right now. Heather, I love P-Town. Oh, you're coming with us, girl. We need security. Nobody messes with Heather. Oh, damn, I would never take her on one. I can't take her voice. You don't got to just duct tape her. It's all good. To the zoo. See if anyone's missing. You guys. Applebee's. Oh, that's nice. Would you make her do the Applebee's dance? I'd make her do the Applebee's dance. Golden Corral. I went back up to check out your guys' answers. All right, so I would take her on a double date. This is my answer. I would take her on a double date, and I'd go with, me, Deb, and then I would go with none other than a Turtle Boy and his ex-girlfriend that he has a restraining order against. That's what I would do. And we would go, I'd make Bev come out. We'd just do, we'd go to dinner and then we would go out and heckle people. And we would ask people if they know who Bev is. Like, hey guys, did you guys watch the murder case against Karen Reed? You guys know who this is? And just see how many of the locals knew who Bev was. Then I would flick on the Uber driving app and make Bev be the driver. And we would do like a taxi cab confessions and be picking people up. And we would mess with them. And Bev would say things like, oh my God, what do you guys think about that Karen Reed case? What a flaming bitch. Like, and then she turns around and it's Bev, you know, it was like a joke. But I would basically put Bev on punked, and I would make her punk people. Like that's what I would think that would be a great date. And then we all film it. Turtle Boy's filming it. I'm filming it. He's over there tapping his girl, getting restraining orders. Bev's watching. She's like, "Don't worry, I'll get you off." But she's like saying it like this. "Oh, Turtle Boy, stop. I'll get you off. I'll really get you off." You guys, who came in here saying that she was going to be at 918? Because you're going to win. You're going to win that over-under, baby. Oh, God. Good old Bev. I'm going to give you that one. We're going to give you that one. We're going to give you that one, Bev. Bev's watching thinking, this girl's fucking whack. Jason says it's getting close. It is, isn't it? It's 9:14. Bev's got 4 minutes, okay? Well, I'd start at, okay, so this is what Hug Dealer says. Well, I'd start out on Friday morning with the breakfast of champions at Legs and Eggs, then to the hookah bar. Your idea with Cash Cab and Pumped. Isn't that just great? Yeah. You know what? I think I'm going to have to dress up as Bev for Halloween. I think, I think I'm going to have to dress up as Bev.
Did you see what I just sent you?
No.
I can't hear chat because it'll echo if I have it on. And
I mean, you can't hear chat.
Well, no, because I can't have you on, so I can't hear what you're saying. Yeah. So I go on the chat and look at what the AI says you guys are talking about.
Who's AI?
Okay, so YouTube has a new thing that tells you.
Do I have an AI in here?
It's a new feature that YouTube has, and it tells you what the chat is talking about. Look at what it came up that you guys are all talking about.
Where's it at? Did you post it?
I know, I sent it.
How do I see it? Oh, wait. It
right here. Look, this is the part right there.
Oh, chat summary. People are talking about where they would take Bev on a date. Some suggestions include Applebee's, the proctologist, and a strip club. Shut the fuck up.
No, and look, it says auto-generated experiment. Quality may vary.
Oh my God, this is amazing. How do I put this on? I want this as oh my God, I want this as a pic. Oh my God, I'm saving this.
I can't.
Shut the front door.
But I want to go in now and see. Well, everyone needs to change chat. Talk about something else. I want to
see what it does. All right, I'll make a new topic. All right, Michael Jackson. How many people are a Michael Jackson fan? Okay. Do you guys like? I'm gonna share it right now. Do you guys like Michael Jackson music, or do you guys think that Michael Jackson, ruined it for you because of Never Never Land? How do you guys feel about Never Never Land? Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jackson. Nothing's in it. I think that I'll just rip it out here. Michael Jackson's the king of music, and I think that he had a rough childhood. But Macaulay Culkin seems to love him, and I'm gonna ride with Macaulay Culkin on this one. Jackie, Michael's innocent. Yes, he's a whack. He's a weird, no doubt about it. See. Good. Now let's see what's in this chat.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Dirty Diana.
I just want to make sure.
You think that Michael Jackson's gay?
People are talking about smoking weed, dressing up for Halloween, and Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I said I wanted to dress up as Bev for Halloween.
It just seriously. I'm gonna take a screenshot so you can see this. This is went to
over and under on the sidebar. You guys, I should just run a sports book out of here for the. I'd have everybody from Massachusetts in my. If I was like, all right, guys, I'm running over and under.
It changed it again right now.
Oh, I don't know if he told you guys this, but we won on the Kentucky Derby. Did we tell you guys that?
Well, that was more like Atlanta's pick.
Yeah, I kind of won. I boxed. So we picked Mystical Dan to win. You know that.
I just don't like betting on horses, but
my grandfather, he was born in Ireland, and he came over. He trained and dealt with all the horses and did all that shit. Anyways, he taught me how to read a program when I was like super young to my mom, and I was like, Bella, we're betting on the Derby, and she's like, what are you talking about?
thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So, anyways,
Yeah, so she won.
yeah,
She did the right thing.
we killed it. That mystical Dan coming on top. Woo! Ow! Really making I hit my box
If you got all three of these-
exacta, my trifecta,
That's what I was
the
gonna ask.
winner,
Good.
and the super. So carry on with your bad selves.
They call it hitting the box. Hit the box? Like,
No,
what does that
she
mean?
doesn't- Don't ever give your money to Bella to say go up to the machine and punch in, numbers. You have to you go tell them what you want at the cage. I want a box of 2-3. I want a box of 2-3-7. I want a box, because then it can come in anyway that way.
Yeah, I've never in my life bet on horses.
I took Mystic Dan and Forever Young, got first and third. Yeah, I said I'm Forever Young. Look out. Yeah. Oh, you live right by Saratoga Springs? You always bet for the Kentucky Derby. Pay attention to the weather, okay? You want to bet a mudder. A horse that runs in the mud. So you want to go check the programs for a good jockey combo, trainer combo, okay? So you look at who owns the horse, who they have riding the horse, more importantly, who they have training it. And you look at the trainer jockey combo, and then for the Kentucky Derby, you need to look and see what the weather was like over the past week. And at the Kentucky Derby, you want to be betting on mudders. And Mystic motherfucking Dan is a mudder. And I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe he's going out at 20-1 odds. He went off at 13-1. But yeah. So, and then they usually run together if they can get out. If they can get out together, you're going to have horses run together. And that's exactly why I put Sierra Leone in that mofo, because Mystic Dan and Sierra Leone were running right next to each other in a 2 and 3 spot. So I boxed the 2-3-7, and then I boxed the 2-3. I straight bet Mystic Dan, and then boxed my super. So, and I boxed the super with always 5 horses. So, anyways, in case you guys want to know about all that, but that's what my grandfather taught me, how to read a program. Best overall times in muds, yeah. So I have Forever Young. You did, Miss Kelly? Did you do win, place, or show? Oh, I just see that. Yeah. Where the fuck is Bev? I mean, what does she think? She has a half a damn day because she's doing God knows what, and it's 9:21, and all I want to do is, dude, this is me getting my nerd on, okay? This is if I was your teacher today. This is what I would be saying. All right. I want to know something. Why do the jurors take juror books, right? Or notebooks? All right. Because the cases that I've been involved with, they take their notebooks, but then they can't take them back to deliberate. Okay.
Wait, so at the end of the trial, they cannot take them? At the end.
No, like at the end of, like, I'm talking about at the end when they say go back to the room and deliberate.
Yes.
These aren't going with you.
That makes no sense.
The judge has discretion. Okay.
Meaning she could allow them to if she wanted to. That's what you mean? It's not like a stag rule.
Yeah, just like judges could allow no trial notebooks.
Okay.
Period.
No computers.
No, I'm saying that the judge has full discretion of this. So something that I've never understood is if you're going to have no notes,
right?
I get it. Like, you obviously have nothing to go back there with.
Sure.
Have you ever taken a test and taken notes and then you don't study from your test?
Do we have it back? Do we have it?
This is somebody's life. This is murder, and you don't want to.
Versus any business before the Honorable Beverly Canomi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Do I need give your attendance? You shall be heard.
What you need? Can we make you both wait? I'll throw over there.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting. And sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'd like to report at 8:30. Okay, just, we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? Everyone said thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Goode, please?
Remember, we're starting with he's on cross-examination. This is a really important part. Cross-examination, we're going to get into the good stuff here.
Good stuff.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
Sir, can you hear actually right hand one more time? You saw this with the evidence you give the court and jury the case down here, and you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the Sally points, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And
not sure.
do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look.
Oh yeah, huge here, huge exhibit.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
All right, great here. Huge exhibit here coming. And this is going to be the key card swipe from January 29th. Okay, so January 29th, key card swipe. And what this is going to do is this is going to tell us who, if anyone, was coming and going at different times in different parts of the building, because that information is stored. It's like, think of like your Ring camera, you know what I mean? All the timestamps of this card swiped at this time, this card swiped at this time. again, huge. Huge here. They stipulated to it to get it in through this witness because he can identify probably the people, knowing the people's names. Because remember what he testified to, or at least that portion. He testified to Brian Higgins coming there, swiping, okay, coming in. And he testified that he was the one that was working and that he either saw Brian Higgins on a monitor or he saw him physically, you know, because of him walking past over by the dispatch area.
And the defense is bringing it up, so you know that there's going to be some juice on that.
Oh, total juice.
But do you want to know what I want to see? What happened February 1st? Who extra did an ATF agent swipe stuff?
Oh, I want to know if Higgins truly went to Canton to do these. We know that he didn't do. He said he went to do paperwork. You guys do know in the Sally port. I believe. Come on, unmute. I didn't mute it.
No, it's muted. Shoot, they need to get on this.
What the fuck is going on? Oh, you got to be shitting me.
They're getting complaints of the Yang right now. They listen to everything. There we go.
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay. And so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay. But the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or
Did you fucking hear that?
anybody else from that
Matt
office?
wasn't in there
about
when
this
he
issue?
was there.
Hold on.
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first.
I got it. I know what you're saying. I got
P
you.
for identification.
I got you.
You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those two face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
exposed,
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
P. Yes, P. Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay. Could I see those, please?
These are coming in. This is a report, and the face sheet is just, I'm going to zoom in here for you guys. Okay. Oopsies. Okay. What this is right up here. That's what he's referring to. Okay. And if you look at the report, see how it says his name, Officer Sean Goode. Oopsies. See that? Then what he had him identify yesterday was, do you see anything on here that's different? Well, Officer Higgins' address was Canton Police Department's address. Okay, that's the first thing. And then the second thing right here is Brian Albert's name was just the B, Albert. Everybody else had a full name. Okay, so that's what he had him point out yesterday. I just went ahead and redacted stuff. And so he wants to get into evidence this these face sheets, and Bev thinks that she doesn't have to, and it's like this is from a police report, and what he's going to testify to is that, listen, the face sheet is always the same, and then my report comes after it. Okay.
There's a narrative sheet and there's a face sheet.
Well, what he's going to know, the face sheet is just talking about, it's like an incident report. These are the people that are involved. So you have Karen Reed's name, then you have the events, where the location was, then the victim you have, and then you have what you would call witnesses or persons. Okay. This sheet, what he's saying is this sheet, that's the face sheet, the top sheet, and then this is where your reports go after it. As you can see, then you have, here's Goode's report. Those the pages. Okay. The face, that beginning part was entered in, he's saying, by somebody else, not him. Okay. And so, but this is your report. Those two pages go on top of it no matter what. And what he testified to is that, yeah, but I didn't talk to all of those people. I only talked to, and he gave his names. Well, that's very interesting because if he would have went into the house at Fairview, when he says that he went in with Officer Lank, he would have met with Matt McCabe.
Yesterday, he testified to there being a face sheet and a narrative sheet. And remember, on cross, they said, should they be the
Hold
same?
on. Again, we're at a sidebar. So I'm interested in where he's going with the picture, okay? Because they're going to talk about when this was generated. And if that picture wasn't produced yet, okay, then this couldn't have been possibly generated on 1:30. Like, how did you get that picture? You uploaded it? Who uploaded the picture? Because it was Goode's phone that was used, you guys. Goode was the person that was using the iPhone to record the leaf blowing dude, Gallagher. Goode was used. That's his cell phone that was used. Okay. So the question is isn't that from, did you take that picture? Who took this picture? All right. And then what's going to come up is it's like, well, you did. And how did Lank get this picture? Okay. Because what I said, okay, so check this out. Last night I said, Bella, there's no way, okay, that this picture was taken at, like, it's light outside. I was like, pull up what Canton was doing that day. So there she is, nauticaling this all out because she's rock solid. And we were looking up what time in Canton, Massachusetts, what time nautical sun, what was it called? Twilight nautical sun?
No. It's nautical twilight.
That's it. And so we want to know, because I said that this is way later, because, and then I showed you guys Alan Jackson's affidavit. He showed that the first pictures taken at the scene start at 7:42 a.m. 7:42 a.m. Okay. So it's interesting to see where he's going with this. And imagine like the jury trying to follow this. I mean, we saw the dash cams. It was dark at 6:34. It was dark at 6:34. Okay. So you didn't start taking any of these pictures until when? Because here's the dash cam. It's dark. You know? So, and they didn't start preserving. The whole purpose of this, when did you start trying to preserve this crime scene? Remember? In their pictures, none of their pictures have any crime scene tape. They moved vehicles. All right. The guy didn't know. Gallagher testified. Well, we may have tied. I don't know. Did they tie the crime scene photo or the crime scene tape to the trooper, to the cruiser, to the vehicle? And it's like, oh yeah. So when you like drove, when you went to move the car, you didn't realize it, and you yanked the whole thing, and that's probably why the crime scene tape went down. Not because you took it down, but because you drove with it. Fucking morons. All right, back at it. Hopefully this is helping you guys out, like showing you guys all this stuff.
Yeah, I think the exhibit helps a lot.
I'm a visual learner, so hopefully the exhibits showing them are helping you guys. That's why I would come to this channel.
Eliza out there.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need. I appreciate it.
So Alan Jackson,
While I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
submitted a 92-page affidavit with these exhibits in it. That's where I got these from. Back in
August of 2023.
Yeah. I agree, Jackie Young.
A photo before you, Sergeant Good. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton?
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
That's
Okay.
25.
And Exhibit
on the
20A
photo.
is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir.
Cool.
Just do it like that. Where's the envelope? Can you set that up? Published the I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Ferry, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, they're going to show it on the screen now. Here we go. Let's see if we're money here.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
42.
42, thank you.
42.
May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please.
This is an exhibit P.
No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here. I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Sure. Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
There she is.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
Close your notebooks, leave them on your seats. Gather all your other belongings, follow me, all rise, jury out.
This is insanity. We're going to be here. This is going to be longer than the OJ. OJ, I'm not even playing.
Come on.
All right, so let's show you guys something here.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Why do you need to see anything, Bev?
Look at sister-in-law in jail, giving Yesteday dirty looks.
All right.
Maybe seated.
So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand.
Okay, and that can't happen.
Understand.
So fix them.
How the
Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along.
This is a murder
I'll be out in
case.
5 minutes.
All right, please.
We'll take that as a moving on and bingo. Anyone get that?
Okay, Bev just said a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, moving on. That's what
Evidence was said.
evidence. I cannot. I'm sorry, but at some point, Alan Jackson is going to have to flex on her.
No, because he's in there.
I'm saying, but at some point, someone's going to have to flex on her.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, you can take the whole. We already have the whole. What we're trying to do is, for the jury's sake, to not confuse them, is we want to show this picture with this. Okay. And so it's just, this goes with this. This is it blown up. This is the picture that's on that man's report. Okay.
Here's the thing. She just had a sidebar, okay? At that point, she must have not been clear, or Yesteday would not have done that. So, Bev, if you want to have judicial economy and not waste the jury's time, then say it clear at sidebar the first time around.
Yeah, and who the fuck can see? Look at this shit. Okay, look at this. This is what we're putting in the evidence. What the fuck is this?
Well, you know who knew really well?
And I trust me, I have one of the best printers out there. Okay.
Gallagher knew it, like the back of his hand, looking at all of those pictures from the crime scene. Knew what was what. That's the 6 inch of the fucking bird. Excuse my language. She is wasting time.
All right. So all he wanted was, this is all he was asking for, is that the top of this be shown with this, okay? So that it can be seen as, this is what this is blown up. You would have, we can't have this. What can't we have? So that the jury knows what the hell we're looking at? Okay, and he's saying it came in as a full report. Yeah, a full report. It's just, it's Goode's. It's what Goode said. That's it. It's his words. So as another, that's a different exhibit. And then we just want this to be with this, so you know what that is.
And won't she let P and Q in ultimately anyways? Won't those face sheets be put into evidence ultimately anyways?
Yeah, it's the same thing that they did when they put Goode's dash cam next to sheriff's dash cam. They made that. You guys do know that, right?
She is wasting time.
So Yesteday is introducing 2 photos of the same spot, one without tail light and one with tail light. Annie, exactly. To try to show, to say, what time was this taken at? And he's going to go back because that's what Alan Jackson put in his affidavit, that these pictures didn't start getting taken until 7:42. Okay, so this picture here taken at 7:42. All right, when this picture is taken to show that it's on a different report, this is that picture, and so you created a different supplemental. And what I mean by that is Goode has this one. All right. And then he has another one because it evolved.
And we haven't even gotten to the Sallyport key swipes yet.
So these are the two different pictures. Is what 20 was this, and that's the berm, okay? And this is it.
Close up, is that what it is?
Yeah, well, this is it right behind it because that's supposed to be that spot. And this one, they don't have any glass, as you can see. And this was all, but they're going to point out that. So, what are they calling this Q? They're not calling this one Q yet. He wanted to form the P and the Q.
Q is still the face sheet. Okay?
Yeah, I got it. I redid it.
Exhibit 2A and
Yeah.
42.
Going out and get your exhibits. If I went on and they were doing yellow, I have yellow actually out in the lab. Again, what I'm referring to here is right here. See where it says Alan Jackson put this in an affidavit and said that the first crime scene photographs taken by Sergeant Goode, you see that?
Beautiful.
At the Albert residence at 7:42 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. But his exhibit S, when he did this affidavit for this like a ton of shit, he was showing that he used a picture of the Canton Library to show how there was no snow on the ground. Very, very little at 5:56 a.m. Okay. But that here, so it says attached as Exhibit S, are photographs taken from the morning of January 29, 2022, which depict the snowfall around the time O'Keefe's body was discovered by Miss Reed. The first photograph is a screenshot from the surveillance system at Town Library in downtown Canton at 5:56 a.m., shortly before O'Keefe's body was discovered at 6:04. The second photograph is of the first crime scene photographs by Sergeant Goode. Clearly, there was no heavy snow falling when the women arrived at Fairview that morning, as Jennifer McCabe falsely claimed to police. That's why what I'm trying to tell you guys, this little picture of the curb being like that and that they took their foot and like try to like, what that is indicative to me is actually a car being parked up on the curb and it's taking up some of the spot underneath when the snow started coming. And that's what that would be, because it's blocking the snow from accumulating there.
Also,
Who the fuck would, what guys, those type of lazy motherfuckers, go and start scraping off a big portion of the curb to show what the curb? Because let me tell you something. They didn't know that the laceration on the back of John's head existed, y'all. They didn't know. And that was a line of question that was happening with the firefighters. Nobody could see anything. They had to shave John's head. And you guys are going to see this. They had to shave John's head. Actually, over here is that.
Where?
Yeah, that one underneath it. They had to shave John's head to be able to see that laceration right there. Okay? Which they were going to try to say that came from the curb. Okay? So they had no idea that existed because, or when did they? Okay? And it wouldn't have been until after John O'Keefe. Nobody knew. That's why they were asking Timothy Nuttall, where did you see his injuries? Did he have any injuries? Are you talking about the one at the back of his head? Or are you talking no, I'm talking about the goose egg right here.
You should read
This is a dumbbell. I am convinced that this is a dumbbell, and I'll show you. Over there is one of my dumbbells. Can you grab it right there? That dumbbell right there?
I think it's either a dumbbell or it could be a table.
Let me see that.
Which one?
That's somebody getting hit with a dumbbell. Just pick up that one.
I think he.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Goode, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of taillight that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Boom.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that date, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ask how would we know that
Is there
the
anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
So that would mislead
I may have a moment.
the reader of the report.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well.
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
With the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Goode, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lank, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time to clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the dates that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number 1 was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how
He already testified that he didn't take the picture on that day. It doesn't fucking matter.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might.
very briefly.
Fuck him up, Yannetti.
Just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Lank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
Fuck you both.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, Lank's on next. I would have had a lot more to say to him.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
All right, we're on a sidebar here. This is the most anticipated cop testimony besides Michael Proctor, okay? I would say it's going to be Michael Proctor, this guy, and then Tully. So we're going to see how he's going to possibly explain, okay, why he went back to the McCabe house if he already got all of the information that he needed. Watch how this report goes. Let's see how he's crossed up here, because there's no reason to go back at 9 o'clock, like they said they went back there for, based on his report, based on his sequential order. I went over this last night in my recap. Again, remember, guys, there's stuff that could be possibly outside the scope right now. So when the defense gets to put on their case, and there's a couple of things that I think they may be holding back because of who's slated to testify and things like that. People are watching this. They can say whatever they want, but they're watching this. Remember, Lank is the guy that just went through the voir dire yesterday, the extensive 15 minutes from both parties. The only person, Lana, why aren't you a lawyer? Because lawyers suck, and I don't suck, Willie. You like that? No, I'd rather just work high-profile murder cases and put everything all together for the chumps that get paid the big bucks, so I can just sit with a backwards hat on and holler at Bella all day. Woo woo! Oh yeah, no, Truth Nation. To be honest with you, I've literally thought about going to law school and doing my law school on YouTube for everyone to see. Going through like law school on YouTube.
No cheating.
You know, wouldn't that be great? I think you guys would all come and watch this. Pure. I think I'm just going to take the bar for the hell of it. You
No,
can
it's
take the bar.
important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, specifics of the allegations of the Lopalito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to
We
us.
did. We got those. We got those
All
last.
right, it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like, Mr.
Is this Lolalitos?
Lopalito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent resolution of the matter?
They were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
the last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
Thank you, Alman.
But this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So
it's not your
Mr.
call.
Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right. So is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally, do you want to? You're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddies comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if, Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that.
Yeah,
so,
but you'll
Mr.
just close
Jackson, you
it.
did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay. And just as an aside, again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports.
Tell me we have a bingo yet? Come on.
They went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then so the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All right,
Who needs a break, Bev? You just started at 9:24. It's 10:20. Who needs a break? Are you dude, Massachusetts, this area, Suffolk County, wherever the hell, Norfolk, wherever the fuck y'all are. This is what your money is paying for. This is insanity. All right, but since we are on a break, I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys what things have looked like over here, because Hector the projector. I want to show you guys what I've been producing so that when I say I, you guys know that's like we over here. All right. So every exhibit has been labeled and been taken pictures of and been printed out. Each week, there is a stack of them that get all put together like this, and it goes then into the booklet, which I will show you. I am going to be making a book. Okay. So this is the witnesses that were released by Bev, the questions that were asked for the jurors in this case, the voir dire. Day 1, all the notes taken for every single person that testified, the exhibit that they testified to, okay, so on and so forth. When there's ever been, like, this is what my sheets look like. I put it out there for you guys to have the Google Docs copy so you guys could follow along if you wanted to do it like this as well. And I put timestamps on everything so that you'd be able to go to these videos and go right to the timestamp if you want to see what that is, specifically talking about. So that's day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, which was yesterday. Again, this is week 1's exhibits. So then I have it all separately that aren't with the person that testified to it that's in there. So then I have them by the weeks. And this is the big daddy of the discovery of when documents were turned over and what documents were turned over and what people what's admissible to be talked about and where you can find things and when the stuff was turned over and what was, in my mind, hidden. So there we go. Amazing commentary, new sub, free Karen Reed. You're goddamn right, free Karen Reed. This is crazy. So, and we've been able to run bingo. So please take a look at your bingo sheets. That link is at the top of the page. It's pinned. Go click it. If you're here, you might as well have some fun and win some money. So now that it's at 10:24, nobody has bingo. The $5 it was at the 9 o'clock spot, it has carried over. So now it's $10 for the bingo winner. And we're just looking for a regular bingo. Anyway, 4 corners, diagonal, blah, blah, blah. Use a free spot. You know, nobody can kind of like, if you have a job where you can listen to this while you're working because you have your earbuds in, but nobody can just go home and be like, I want to watch 7 hours, 8 hours of, you know, I want the little snippets. So what you do is you click on mainstream media and you listen to their like 4-minute recap. Well, they're pumping a narrative. So what I'm trying to do is do these recaps at the end of the day for like just a 60-minute recap. Put me on 2 times speed and listen to it. You won't miss anything and you'll be able to listen to it in 30 minutes. But I think to recap something in 60 minutes that went on for 8 hours, not too shabby. And you guys are getting the exhibits. I think the big thing is to see what the jury is seeing. That's what I would want to see. See what the jury is seeing. Okay, here we go. We're back. Is Bev back? I don't think we're back yet. Because Lana needs more pickles. Gots to keep those brains going. I love me some pickles, baby. Speaking of which, I think I should bring out the pickle jar. Speaking of Idaho, you guys, I got some awesome news coming out as soon as I can really, really like talk about it. But there's just been a lot of things that I've been working on behind the scenes with stuff that has to do with Idaho. You guys know about. I've made it a personal mission of mine to take on the unsolved homicide of Brian Drake and the wrongful accusation and attempted prosecution of Dr. Daniel Lee Moore. I have found stuff that you wouldn't believe in that case. And the corruption is real. The incompetence is real. And I'm looking forward to bringing it to you guys in a way that I never thought I'd be able to do. But a lot of things have been happening. Are you going to Delphi? You mean today? No, I'm not going there today, but I will be going to Delphi for some of that trial because they're closing the doors as far as no cameras. So you need people like myself and Bella to report crazy style like we did. Also, the trial transcripts, as long as they're being ordered, I think there's a way that we can get around and be able to get the trial transcripts. So I'm down to the days that I can't go purchase with other creators to be able to get those trial transcripts. Trial transcripts aren't cheap. Thank you for that. Great notes, or great looking forward to hella notes. Yeah, there you go. I think Rosie and Baldwin and their team, Matt Hoffman and his wife and the people that have worked for the defense and have gotten screwed over with pay and At the end of the day, we have to have a justice system that you got to give people a fair trial. Okay. And if they're so guilty, you guys, we're going to get them. You know what I mean? And if we can't get them, then we need to fire the people that you had doing the shit that fucked it all up. Because people that fuck up burgers at Burger King, they get fucking fired. So why aren't people that are fucking up, prosecuting and the police work that goes involved with murders and homicides, why aren't they getting fired? And I think it has something to do with the union. It has something to do with, politics. But I can't imagine, I can't believe that people can get fired at Walmart for not showing up or doing a shitty job or purposely doing something. And here we are. I think that law enforcement should get paid more. You get better quality people. I think teachers should get paid more. I think teachers should be paid way more. They're the ones, they're sculpting our future. So, just printed a bingo sheet. Woohoo! Where's those words? Goes to my community page. Not really, Atlanta. They never make a burger right. Trust me, they're still getting fired. Somebody else. But you guys, come on, man. These guys were testifying that they didn't know what a crime scene log was. Let me show you what a crime scene log is. This is from my case out in Pennsylvania, Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. Another innocent black man in prison, being framed and purposely fucked with. Okay. I even got the Pennsylvania State Police to do this correct. And they're one of the most corrupt entities. Take a look. This is what a crime scene log is. When somebody's there at the scene, they have to put their name down, the time that they entered the crime scene, and at the time that they left the crime scene. From this log, I was able to pull off find a ton of shit because people said that they were doing things while they were inside the crime scene tape. That's what a crime scene log looks like. That guy did in 18 years of police work. He doesn't know what a crime scene log is. That's the first thing that they teach you. Everything is all about preserving so that you can have a successful prosecution. You want to cut corners. I don't know what's worse, cutting corners or not knowing something that's so first grade. What's 5 + 5? That's like what that meant to me. How do you fucking not know that shit? Lana, what do you think about paid, unbiased juries who make a good salary? It scares me putting my hands. I think a judge should oversee a jury. I think that you have the civilians, but that you have a judge that's on the jury. That's what I think. But that's a great question, and because I get what you're saying, so Truth Nation, Willie says, Lana, what do you think about paid, unbiased juries who make a good salary? It scares me putting my hands in an art teacher's hands who knows nothing about law, but grand juries make me lose hope. Well, I think there's a way that you can have, I'm the type of person that believes in if you take a little bit of something and you make that's what can make something really good. So here, I love the fact that we have, you should be judged against, your peers should take a look at this, but the judge in the case is so important because things that shouldn't come in. It's all on how you would explain something. But there's nobody back in the deliberation room that is talking to people when you're discussing and saying, okay, this is your logic and reasoning with that. Why are you raising your hand? Don't just say when they say, okay, who thinks he's guilty? Who thinks he's innocent? I want, why do you think? I want a board up there. Okay, you think he's guilty? Give me your reasons. Give me your reasons. And then I'm going to sit there and say, okay, your reasoning was that you
Muted.
I'm going to then go grab something out of the evidence to show you that, no, look at the fact that you're stating is false. Here, we saw it, and it was I wrote it down wrong, or I misinterpreted that, you know? I think there should be a teacher of the jury on the jury, and then you go back and you have that teacher that's there.
Was that necessary?
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
Here we go.
Just gonna ask you to be mindful to step up and to remain standing. Be sworn.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Down, little microphone right up.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as a lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. At some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Goode called?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Goode, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Goode stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Goode.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Goode, who, if anyone else, did speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Goode advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Goode and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us. And to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
No, sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long the conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goode, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did you do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes.
And how was it done?
In my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes. Sergeant Goode was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
Yes.
Now, in addition to, well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as Exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple, just press on that button and
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lank, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that time.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as a
That's Lank.
the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. At any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has done?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station
And transported back to the police station by you.
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
So OF stands for a report offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And two officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Canton Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
And have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes.
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury. Thank you, sir. We can place it back in the bag. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Earl Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Yes. The 45.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, but how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. You working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that mechanic arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
All right, so here we go.
It's 46 and 47.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen.
We got some exhibits coming up.
And, Lieutenant Lank, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can. If I may have.
Yes.
Further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Let's go! Where's my cowbell? More cowbell, please. We got a sidebar. This is my soccer cowbell.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
he was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14.
You grew up with Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian.
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life.
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris. I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Goode to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Goode contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Goode contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No,
You did in fact call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes,
Okay, and I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were in fact a Canton police officer
yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night?
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed?
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night?
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the incident.
I'm just looking at
it's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lank, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Goode.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Goode.
Okay, so Sergeant Goode didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Goode told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did the light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Goode was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16.
Let's do this, motherfuckers. Here it comes.
Ask, if you could fast forward that to about the 22, the runtime of about 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
I think they waited to give him the hammer versus
Before we
anybody
play
else.
This, it appears to be a still image of.
So let's not describe that.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyways, that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goode's based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward.
Look at the time, 6:34 and 41 seconds. This is when John
28.
McCabe goes inside.
40 mark or so. Basically play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
All right, guys. Here we go. This is what we've been saying. All right, I want to show you guys something while they're doing a sidebar. If it's just going to be briefly, then. So on his direct examination, he was talking about the different events that he was doing. Okay. And so what I went ahead and did is I was writing like a fool, but I have my Excel spreadsheet here that has all these documented timestamps from health data. Oh, here we go.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you had an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go out.
That's fine.
He just has to rephrase. He's got this.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Or I think the judge.
Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about.
Ask him who the other people are. Let's go. Look at, see, he's talking. There's Mulaney standing right there.
Come on, yes, tell us.
Come on. Look at, he's on the phone. Do you see he's on the phone? He's on the phone.
With who?
With who? Proctor. He's on the phone. Here we go. Baby.
Standing in front of him.
All of those officers are right there. How would none of them know what's going on? Is he not on the phone? Is he?
On the phone with what we saw.
Yeah, he was on the phone. Okay, here she comes. Who's got the fluffy thing? Here she comes. Right there. That's Kerry Roberts.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. So,
This is going to be so good. Wait, there you go. He takes a phone call. He walks away, takes a phone call. I knew it.
Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is.
Look at him.
I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it?
Kerry Roberts off to the left. Kerry Roberts gets in the vehicle. Watch this. Remember, if Kerry
Is it
Roberts,
you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
the other officers are right there. You see him? He's on the phone right there to the left, bottom screen. Okay, he's on the phone. He's talking to somebody. See these officers over here? They're all together, so they would know everything's going. He keeps trying to walk away from them. He does not want them to hear anything.
Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it.
That's
You
Gallagher.
see
That's
somebody
Gallagher.
following that same direction?
That's Gallagher.
It looked like Officer Sarah.
Go ahead and play it.
I don't think that it is.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarah right there, so I'm incorrect.
Yes,
It might have been such a good,
Could we play it back?
with the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Look at, okay, here we go. There he is, bottom screen left. He walks out of, because he wants to get away out of the camera of the dash cam. He's not dumb. Then here we go, right here. Who is this? See what type of jacket he has on? This is going to matter, guys.
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Goode has they
Good.
said Goode was black.
Yeah, wait for it. Yes, I told you yesterday.
What the fuck?
This is going to be so good. Wait for this.
Is it different?
Hold on. Okay, so then you have Seraph there, and then you have Mulaney. Okay. And so there's the four. There's the four. Look at what time it is. 6:36. Jen McCabe's inside, okay? Jen McCabe is walking around because I have her now. Look at. Now, who's this?
Pause it.
Wait, who's that?
Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
Good.
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him?
I think that's good.
No.
Or can you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Okay, there he goes. Now he walks away. Look, he walks away from him again.
Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Oh, this is so good. I'm right. Didn't think I wasn't, but shit. No, but Gallagher doesn't get there until 7:02, guys. Gallagher doesn't get there until 7:02, unless he's lying. Which we're gonna find out. Hold on.
Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes,
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
Remember Mulaney said that he never saw Kerry Roberts and Jennifer Reed, or Roberts and Reed in the same vehicle together. Remember Mulaney testified to that? Are we sure that?
At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
Well, you're so fucked.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
He went with the time that the call ended at 6:38. Because if you looked at your phone, it would. Look at, it's a huddle. Look at this. Look at this. There's a huddle.
He's not pacing anymore. Is he off the phone?
Yeah. And now who's. This is so good. This is so good. Okay, you guys, Jen McCabe, just so you know, she's inside right now. Okay, there's Lank up there. Who's Jen McCabe from 6:35 when she went in. She walked up a set of flight of stairs. Then from 6:36 to 6:43, she takes, or John's phone is walking 192 steps. Okay, as soon as McCabe gets inside and upstairs. 2 minutes after that, Jen's watch from 6:38 to 6:47. Jen's watch means it's on her. 91 steps. This is all happening inside. If you're going to just go wake up your brother-in-law and your sister, okay?
Why do you have John's phone?
Well, first of all, why are you walking all over just to go up the stairs and right into their bedroom? How many steps is that?
Come on.
John's phone takes 192 steps from 6:36 to 6:43.
At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
5 minutes.
Maybe 3 minutes.
What?
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes?
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking
What
to?
the fuck are you talking?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene.
You don't
Right?
know.
Doesn't appear so.
Kerry Roberts is gone.
Yes,
Karen Reed is gone.
yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor. Sustained. Compound, go ahead.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No. Yes!
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated that he does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it.
Correct.
End quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed?
No.
He had been strangled?
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car?
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video?
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard?
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No,
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
They were approached.
Yes.
This goes to his experience in training. Okay, this goes to his experience in training, and that's exactly what he's arguing right now. Sidebar. This goes to this officer has already testified that he is a detective, and as a detective, your training experiences have you assess the situation. So unless you want me to voir dire him on that, so that's fine. I can ask all these questions, and we're going to be here forever. That's what's happening right now. Okay. But his training and experience that he testified to on direct, it allows this.
Matt?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lank, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right. The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
Well, I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it?
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Alan,
have you ever been in your course of investigating cases? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
When did
you
this?
need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated
don't
on
recall
direct
first one.
examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
They let you in.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises in a normal crime scene investigation, would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was a reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing.
Correct.
Or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Goode. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Goode, you were taking charge.
He did it with me, though.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
This is that location.
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you know where the furniture was or was not?
Furniture's
I
important.
don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
This goes to the
Had you been told
Help
at the
data.
time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me
That's
what
a
much
lie.
later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house.
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
No.
great line of questioning. Great line of questioning.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
This is going to be amazing.
Yes. So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes,
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
yes,
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
yes,
Were they within earshot?
yes,
And they listened to that conversation as well.
yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No,
None.
no.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No,
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No,
we mean stakes. E-S-T-A-K-E-S.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area.
6x6 or 7x7?
Roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes,
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
it would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode,
Wow.
Officer Mulaney,
This is really good.
Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. All right?
Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into the, tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
This was on
There's
direct.
generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it?
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
This is going to be a hit.
Can we have tab 23?
Here it comes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Exhibit 23.
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
Wait, what?
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25.
This is amazing.
You recognize that?
You remember what
It appears to be solo cups.
What he testified
with,
to on direct?
Substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
Appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview?
This is amazing.
Ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. Sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that,
Yeah,
are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know.
Okay, let's take a look.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Is this the fucking bag you put the fucking shit in or not?
Next tab.
He's toying
Look at
with
it
you
from
right
the top.
now.
Does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Imagine that.
Sustained.
How is that
Have you
sustained?
ever used evidence tape before? To
Great
seal
question.
anything?
Great question. Answer the question.
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
What?
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you believe if you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see Counselor Tybar for just a minute, please.
No, you're not going to stop the ass beating right now. This is what you call a complete fucking ass fucking kicking right here. And this is amazing. And if the Keefe family is not sitting there seeing what the fuck is going on, I can't pity them anymore. I can't have empathy for this. They need to come out vocally and start vocally defending this woman. She did not kill your brother, your son, your loved one, your niece, nephew, friend. What the fuck? How can you sit there and listen to this shit? You know how calm, cool, and collective Alan just did that, though? Mm-mm-mm. Woo! Because I'm going to start telling you what's about to happen. If they don't start defending Karen Reed, it's going to look like that. What are they? Are they in on it? Are they in on like, hey, you have to back the PD here, or we're going to do X, Y, and Z? I have no damn clue. But for them not to speak out publicly, you know what? Take Karen Reed out of the equation. For you not to speak out publicly of what you just witnessed right here in the past hour.
The jury is walking out. She's excusing the motherfucking jury.
Is Bev just going to dismiss the case right now?
I doubt it. She sustained all those dumb freaking.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. They got him in. He rephrased. You're not gonna. That's like. No, he does not get saved by any bell. They get to go to 1:00, and his ass deserved to get it right there.
And he got it.
And he got it. Because guess what the fuck that dumbass did? And Lally put him on the stand to open up a box of evidence that he never sealed that way. And he never, well, he's gonna say, oh, I gave it to them. And then they're the ones that are supposed to do that. Well, excuse me? There's no way you're putting that stuff in a car and it's not going everywhere. You guys think about your kids. Think about when your kids have shit in the back of your car, okay? And they have open juice boxes, or they have anything that's open, and you go to like McDonald's or whatever. Your car gets wrecked in the back, Come on now. This man put that type of shit. All right, and the other thing that's crazy, excuse me? Somebody would have had been sitting there holding that, in my personal opinion. I mean, it was frozen, I guess, but that bag doesn't even look like, to be tight sealed. This is nuts. And none of this, okay, this is what I was talking about yesterday. This is all inadmissible. They could have went ahead and did motions to suppress this evidence, but why the fuck would you do that? This is why you don't suppress evidence. You want it out there so that you can show the jury what in the hell we're talking about. But can you imagine if they suppress this evidence? And see, that's what an inexperienced lawyer, in my opinion, would do. I would never want this evidence suppressed. This evidence needs to be the fuck out there so that we can then, oh my God, how could you get in anything to show what they did to you if you suppress this? So anybody that would have suppressed this evidence would be making a huge mistake. Obviously, this is why Alan Jackson needs to do all the crosses, in my opinion. I love Yesteday to death. This is my life. If I'm Karen Reed, I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm sorry, but this isn't about feelings. This is my life. And don't worry, like, Yesteday's still getting paid. You know what I mean? Like, but the way that Alan, that's his strength. Yesteday, do the direct examinations when we're gonna put on our case. And but Alan Jackson needs to be doing these crosses. He is so smooth. That's what you paid Michael Jordan to come be on your team for, right? You don't go and get Michael Jordan and sit him on the bench. You don't go in. The Lakers didn't go and get LeBron and sit him on the bench. You just don't. And so, Karen Reed went out and got this man to be, and Little, trust me, Little's a huge part of this.
Alan can't say enough good things about Little. And Alan's really good at that stuff. He's really good at disparaging himself. You'll see it in the way he talks. He'll always say, my mistake. I didn't ask that right. But the guy is a master. There are very few people like him, and you are lucky to have him defend you.
Mm-hmm. And if people think this is wild, if we could see the Richard Allen Delphi case live like this, it's the same shit, except it's over a 6-7 year period. Okay. The Idaho 4 case is going to be the same shit. And you know what's sad in that case is I will always fight for our rights. We are innocent until proven guilty. And anybody that doesn't believe that and just, I'm sorry that I don't understand what you don't get about where you live. But you don't go around railroading people. You don't, if you have the evidence, you have the evidence. Somebody's so guilty, you're going to be able to get them, do it the right way type of thing. The reason why is because when you allow all these law officers to continue, and I'm talking FBI all the way down, local, state, whatever, when you cut corners in cases that you think don't matter or they're not privileged and they're Black people, and that's what pisses me off, and that's why I fight for a lot of African-American males, because look at what the Innocence Project showed. The Innocence Project showed that there was people that were admitting that they did a crime that they didn't commit because out of fear, like, well, either take this deal and I'll have you out in 20, good behavior, this, that, or the other. And so you're going to take that deal. Otherwise I'm going to go nail you with first degree and you're never seeing the light of day. But take this plea deal that I'm offering you. And what do? People are taking plea deals that they're not fucking guilty of shit. Why? Because you get scared. You get scared. In this country, it shouldn't be about that we're scared into a fucking plea deal. And that's what's so great about the Innocence Project. The Innocence Project has single-handedly showed how corrupt and sick people have abused powers.
This is just one case.
This happens every day. This happens every fucking day. But do you understand that if they didn't take this all the way, we're not going to be able to see all this? That's why I want the Idaho 4 case to go all the way. Because I think the stuff that's going to come out in the Idaho 4 case is going to forever change law enforcement. Mark my words. You don't have 120 agents on set, state police, local law enforcement, and 60 motherfucking feds out there. Day one. John Benet Ramsey had 3 feds. Delphi, a couple feds.
No one can compare to Alan Jackson. There just isn't a comparison.
And anybody who wouldn't give Alan Jackson a blowjob to be defended by him is an idiot. If you can't afford him, blow him. Shit. Now, let's talk about how much money Karen Reed should make off of all of this. I mean, how do you get somebody to take your case that you know that you have the winning hand every which way to Sunday? But hey, I just need you to represent me pro bono here until we can then go around and turn around and sue the living pants off of this malicious prosecution bullshit. Okay? But think about that. I use the mainstream media cases to be able to facilitate the cases that nobody ever hears about, and me getting my time to work on those cases that people don't want to come over and like watch about or hear about. But in order for me to put my time in to seriously help a family free of charge, I don't ever hear, give me your discovery, I'll help you. Yep. Don't want anything for it, but you can't do all of those type of cases and think that you're going to be able to pay your own bills, right? It's all about managing. It's a business. So I said, well, if I want to help people, I need to go cover some mainstream media cases and fuck with mainstream media because they're a bunch of propaganda motherfuckers. And I wouldn't listen to a thing that they say. I only watch it to put in a clip to show this is how ridiculous this is. This is so ridiculous. Go watch the coverage of this. You're going to hear 4 or 5 minutes of that. It was, I mean, why wouldn't there be so many memes of that investigator / detective saying what the hell he just said, a 60-second clip? How he has a job. How does he not getting fired on the spot right after this? They don't have stakes to put up crime scene tape. You've never put, you don't know when you don't even know if you've ever used crime scene tape. You don't know if you've ever filled out a crime scene log. Nope, never done it in my life. The fuck?
I love it.
People of Canton, but you guys all love it. You guys all love it because y'all just go kiss those asses and then y'all are left alone, right? But God forbid if we don't, if you're the person that's like, fuck you, I'm not kissing your ass, you fat bastard. You know, I'm not going to go buy your chicken parm, you know. But if you rub somebody the wrong way, they don't have anything better to do, okay? Because they haven't investigated a homicide in 18 years, according to the one guy. They have nothing better to do so that they come for people. That's what this town reminds me of. This isn't protect and serve town. This is a fuck with us, we fuck you up town. So they're getting fucked up right now. Fuck around, find out. Alan Jackson.
Jim.
Bev just got her hair twisted up. What's up, Not Twist? Oh, you liking my boy Cy Ray up in those episodes? Uh-huh.
Oh, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
Please, please.
What's up, Twiz? I'll debate anybody in cases that I cover with Discovery. Fuck debate. I'll just find the evidence to prove you wrong. There ain't no debate when you got the evidence. And that's what they're doing right now. They are shredding them with the evidence.
So
What'd you say? O'Keefe's brother just left, didn't he?
no.
Well, where's?
One of the brothers? Yeah, but where's the sister-in-law?
Well, he was sitting there, but are they? Move the camera to the right. Are they sitting there or not?
Yeah.
I would have walked out too.
The brother that took the stand is there.
Surprise for the jury.
The sister-in-law has left. All right, right there. There's Paul. Who's next to Paul?
With the Peter shirt, she left.
Yeah.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Whatever dollar you murder for is at the one.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
That's all I have at this time because he's gonna recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment Center Fields is what it was called at the time. And the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched, and at that point I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified of you?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know?
Yes.
Whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about, on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Then when did he call CPAC?
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, talk a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right. So it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area. And that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? You know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Toe tag him. Toe tag him. All right, they're approaching just really briefly. He wants to say a little something. And this is going to have to do with, he just said that he was talking to Gallagher. Now, this is interesting because Gallagher has testified that he spoke to Kelly Dever, Canton Dispatch, because he made a mistake and he went to One Meadows. He went over to John O'Keefe's house, remember? And then he testified that he talked to, it was Sergeant Goode, but just to double check, remember, Gallagher never wrote up a report in this case. So everything that you're getting from Gallagher, he never yeah, he memorized like a crazy person. I think he was probably sitting with Lank going over this this dash cam together, by the way. But he had never given a report ever in all the time that this has been out there. He never memorialized anything. And yet he happens to just know all the shit. But more importantly, the only testimony that this man has ever given was when he's testified here, not to a grand jury. He's never talking to anybody except a month before this trial started and his testimony here. And Gallagher, 100%, I'm going to go back and double check it, but I call bullshit on this conversation that lasted 5 minutes was Gallagher. Gallagher doesn't get on scene until 7:02 or after.
A little after 7, right?
Mm-hmm. So regardless, it doesn't matter. Wait till this is over, and I'm going to show you guys my spreadsheet with Hector the projector because it'll, for those of you guys that are visual learners, you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about in terms of he just described where people were and that they were sitting. Okay, the Alberts were sitting. Jen McCabe sitting to the right. Then when Matt McCabe came in there, he's sitting, he's off to the right. So I'm gonna pinpoint some times when this could have only happened due to Jennifer McCabe being the Energizer Bunny and walking all over. Okay. So unless Jennifer McCabe is seriously walking in a spinning circle, that I think it would have stuck out to Lank to be like, why are you walking in a circle while I'm, interviewing you for 15 minutes straight? But it's going to be pretty interesting. That's why I was trying to tell Bella that I call bullshit on this timeline of events because of Jen McCabe's, we'll do the dash cam and because Jen McCabe's phone and watch health data. Also, unless Jen McCabe took her phone and sat it down and took her watch and sat it down, and therefore she was naked with no device on her person. Jen McCabe literally from 6:47 a.m. to 7:58 a.m. does not move. Jen McCabe does not move from 6:47 a.m. to 7:58 a.m. That's 1 hour and 11 minutes.
Isn't that around the time that she ends up calling the department?
Well,
shortly after, right around 9.
Well, it's interesting because during that time frame,
Story. In my opinion.
during that time frame, Jen makes a phone call at 7:21. Jen makes another phone call at 7:21. But that's a long time for Jen not to be moving. So is it at all? I mean, did she take her watch off? Did she pass out? Was she getting, I don't know, was she having sexy time with her husband there on the stairs while officer was asking her questions? I don't know. But I will say that as soon as immediately that she walked into that house, she registered a flight of stairs. That's at 6:35.
This is
So she either went up or down.
Aaron's or whoever's that they put in chat, their bingo card, but it's not marked anywhere. So did those words happen or not?
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're back.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that
I'm gonna send it.
you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes,
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Isn't that true?
correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No,
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
no, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set. Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
I mean, Lank was just totally just wow. Wow, he's heading to the nearest bar. Commonwealth witness number 15, Officer Ray. My nigga Ray Ray.
Summons for the investigative court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. It is. Thank you.
The number of these. Good. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came into work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the camp?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, yes. Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goode, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for about a minute.
This is gonna be interesting. It's a Jeep thing, baby.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds. If you could play it from there.
We had clear visibility. It's a normal Massachusetts day here. Snow on the ground.
Looks so beautiful.
Vroom, me, and Timothy.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
He says we went to,
now,
we.
with respect,
Him and Sergeant
to this
Me.
home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Move it! Get your camera over there! What are you doing? Fire these fuckers. All right, boom. Oh, wow.
Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or look around the house? What is it that you do on a well beach?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Law and Crime needs to back up out so we could see the time on top. God, who
The
is?
individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
All right, they're doing a sidebar here because she's going to ask about what's going on. Are we ending this? Like, what's going on? A couple of things I want to point out. Remember that we just had Officer Lank testify that he was on the phone with Gallagher. Gallagher went here in an unmarked.
I need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay, there you go.
So, Juris, that's it. You can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We've asked those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, again, leaving your notebooks on your chairs and taking all your items. You all rise, sure, follow me.
Yes. No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you. All right, you don't need these, right?
I do not, Your Honor.
All rise, please.
All right, here we go. Take a look. I want to show you guys something. Hold on, no, right here.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
What?
Can I look at the expert list so I can get Meehan spelling?
Yes, Meehan's. Yes, it's gonna be over there. All right. Well, we had one of our bingo winners. Congratulations. Big says something is effed up here because last year there was a video of the tow. The video clearly showed the taillight intact as intact as the ramp truck pulled away, in which we are going to see that. I'm trying to pay close attention to there's barely any snow. Like look around your guys' like cars, you know what I'm saying? It's around like the tires and stuff. But here, before I close this off and you guys are here, I want to show you guys this. What I always thought was weird is my spreadsheet. So I'll do this and then I'll do something later. But take a look at this. This is so you guys can see this. Okay. Oopsies. Nobody is talking about John's phone at all yet, by the way. So, based on the testimony today, we watched the video. Lank has only this opportunity. So Lank says he arrives at 6:25. So that's where I have this. Okay, because that's what the report said. So he said, 6:25. So we'll give him that as well. Now, John's phone right here starts moving at 6:26. All right. You see that Karen Reed is nowhere to be found, not walking around outside there, right? Or they technically didn't play this portion. But what ends up happening here is Jen's watch, 190 steps, John's phone, 173. See that? But right here, 6:19, so to 6:26, you see that? So that means within this time frame, she took 28 steps. And that takes you right here to this, John's phone. So wherever she walks, look at. John's phone starts to walk. Okay, I'm trying to show you guys that. Then 6:28, Jen's watch starts. Okay. Now, there's no way I said this, is that there's no way that between this time frame, Jen's watch 190 steps is Lank talking to her. Why is this important? Because I'm going to show you guys Lank's report. And Lank says that when he arrives, okay, that at approximately 6:24 a.m., I arrive again. This is Officer Lank. Okay, this is his report. At approximately 6:25 a.m., I arrive on scene at 34 Fairview. Sergeant Goode, Officer Sheriff, and Officer Mulaney had already spoken to multiple witnesses, and the victim was being treated in the ambulance by Canton EMS. So 6:24, they're still there. He says, and they leave about 5 minutes later, which I have a transport at 6:32. Based on the firefighters. And the victim was being treated in the ambulance. Now, if the victim is being treated in the ambulance, I want you guys to go see this. Okay. That's what they're saying is happening. John's phone, 173. Okay. Steps. But here, John's phone, 6:43, one floor. They don't arrive to the hospital. He couldn't have gone up a flight of stairs because he's still in the ambulance being transported. He's on the stretcher. Okay. Now, Sergeant Goode made me aware that the officers and EMTs told him that the victim was bleeding from the nose and mouth. They also stated that he appeared to have swelling above one of his eyes. The first person that I spoke to was McCabe, Jennifer. She was able to provide us with a general timeline of events. Now, he goes in chronological order, and this is what I think is hilarious. Jennifer was at this is what she's going to give. Now, when does she give this to him? We see him that he's on the phone talking to somebody for 5 minutes, which starts at Okay. So this is when he's talking to somebody, right? We saw that today. Boom. Like there's nothing to get around that. You guys just watched that on body cam, and Jennifer McCabe was nowhere to be found. We see Jennifer McCabe at 6:34 off of Sheriff's dash cam, okay, that none other than a person who is presumed to be Jennifer McCabe. Why? Because at 6:35, Jennifer McCabe's phone goes up a set of floor upstairs to the bedroom, which is 100%. It's indicative of what the body cam or what the dash cam is showing. And Sheriff testified to a person going in, okay, and then he didn't tell that person to go. He had no idea that person was going, and yet he's yet in a huddle, okay, the whole time. Mulaney, same thing, in that same huddle, has no idea that anybody was going into the house, let alone that the police went into the house, okay? So between the time frame of that he gets on, this is B. Lank, he gets on scene, and we're giving it to him that he gets there at, 6:24 a.m. He has from 6:24 a.m. to when we know to 6:34 a.m. that this would have been the time frame at all possible to have talked to Jen McCabe. Okay? That's the only time possible to do this. But he testified and said that when he first got he had to talk to Goode and get all this information because this is in chronological order. At approximately 6:24 a.m., I arrived on scene at 34 Fairview. Sergeant Goode, Officer Sheriff, and Officer Mulaney had already spoken, so they briefed him. Well, how long do you think that it took him to brief him? Okay. And the victim was treating, all of this stuff, right? You're briefing him. Then Sergeant Goode made me aware that the officer's name is he told the victim, blah, blah, blah. So you're briefing him on what's going on. So that's going to take a couple minutes. So now, just for funsies, we'll say they only took 3 minutes, even though I would think that it would take more. But let's give him, because by the time he has arrived, let's give him this. Now your window is down to this time frame to possibly have talked to Jen McCabe. Okay? Now, this is what he says happened. The first person that I spoke to was McCabe, Jennifer. She was able to remember events. Jennifer was at Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton with her husband, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, brother-in-law, and Nicole Albert. Approximately 11 p.m., they were accompanied into the bar. They were accompanied at the bar by O'Keefe, John, and his girlfriend, Reed. Approximately at midnight, Jennifer, Matthew, Brian, and Nicole left the bar and went back to the Alberts' house at 34 Fairview Road. Approximately 12:14 a.m. The only way that you would know that number is if you are physically looking at your phone, because you would be looking at your phone, and when you're looking at your phone, you're then giving a time like that. At approximately 12:14 a.m., O'Keefe texted Jennifer and asked, right here, and asked where they were going. Well, come to find out, when we actually got the data, the reports back about this, there was hella shit that actually happened before that. Jennifer responded that they were going to 34 Fairview Road. Moments later, a vehicle pulled up in front of the house, which Jennifer believed was O'Keefe and his girlfriend, Reed. She observed as the vehicle just sat out in front of the house for several minutes. The vehicle was facing uphill with the passenger side facing the house. Now, this is Officer Goode. A short time later, Jennifer stated that she saw Karen and John pull up in their car and saw the passenger door open, but they never came in, and she saw the car drive off. This is Officer Goode. She observed as the vehicle just sat out in front of the house for several minutes. The vehicle was facing uphill with the passenger side facing the house. She thought that the vehicle sat outside for at least 15 minutes. Trust me, these officers are going to be recalled after Gemma Cape testifies. It's called the rebuttal witness. Stated that neither party ever came to the door, and ultimately the vehicle drove away. So that she watched it, but she never talked about the door opening. Okay. Now, she attempted to text O'Keefe, but never got a response. And now her phone records will show otherwise. She made calls to him. One of them that she said there was a butt dial. They most certainly talked because the phone was answered, but she won't say it was a butt dial. It was, I don't know, 8 to 13 seconds. She made other text messages. Hey, you here? Pull up behind me. Hey, like, you know what I mean? Like that type of shit. And that she leaves all of that out. How I know she leaves it out on purpose is because she is able to say this exact time, and that is one of the exact times. So she is looking at her phone, and she is purposely leaving that out. And she says, pull up behind me. And then she says, where are you? Are you here? Here? Hello? She was blowing him up. Now, approximately 1:30. Now, remember, this is all getting in outside before she goes inside, allegedly. But then he kind of switches up what he says, Lank. Approximately at 6 a.m., Roberts, McCabe, and Reed locate O'Keefe in the yard of 34 Fairview Road. He was located on the left of the yard and about 8 feet from the street. He was found unconscious on the ground, laying on his back. Roberts began to perform CPR. Karen was performing CPR. Approximately 6:04, 911 call was placed in the Canton Police Station. Officer on scene were able to secure the scene as best they could as the weather conditions continued to be severe. State Police CPAC unit was contacted at 6:38 a.m. I believe that he was going with, I would love to know what kind of phone he has, and I'm wondering if he's going with when a call ended, okay? But here, you heard him testify today that he was on the phone with Gallagher. That's who. So it's going to be important because this would be, remember how Gallagher says that he went to the Canton Police Department, but before that, he went to John O'Keefe's house at One Meadows because he misunderstood where he was supposed to be going. He was in his civilian car, but that he leaves his house, goes to One Meadows without having a jacket or anything like that, then calls after he realizes that he went to the wrong place to then get the address, but then says, okay, wait, hold on. Let me stop at Canton Police Department so that I can get some winter gear. Well, why didn't you get winter gear before you went out? Like, if you were planning on being on a scene at One Meadows, wouldn't you need the gear, the winter gear, before you got to One Meadows? So why wouldn't you go to Canton Police before you went to One Meadows? Then it says right here, the only statement that she was able to relay to Canton officers while on scene was that she did not remember ever being at 34 Fairview Road. Do you hear that? That means that nobody said, and he testified to this, nobody said about hitting anybody, about doing anything like that. Oh, did I hit him. None of this was relayed. None of this was in Lank's report. Now, next. Remember, we're still waiting for Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts to come back. Remember? They leave, and then just a couple minutes later, they come back, and then they send another ambulance because they're going to Section 12. We haven't seen them talk about that to point that out yet, by the way. But he says, next, I went into 34 Fairview Road. remember this phone call that is being claimed that Karen Reed's dad called Canton police to say, hey, I was just talking to my daughter, she's suicidal, and that's why they turned around to go take her back and get her Section 12. Okay. Remember this testimony on who made the decision to Section 12 her? Remember, Lank, who are you talking to? Were you talking to, well, Proctor was the 638 call, and he just called back a few minutes later. Okay. That's up here. Trooper Proctor called back within a few minutes and was made aware of the situation. 638. So if you add on that means he couldn't have walked in the house if you just made him aware a few minutes later. So how many minutes do you want to add on? He called back with what? Let's give him what? 3 minutes? A few minutes is more than 2, right? A couple is 2. So 3 minutes? What's a few? This is before he goes into the house, right? So then you go back to this and you're like, okay, well then he couldn't have. So do you see how this window is decreasing on when he could have obtained all of this other shit that he claims that he got before he ever went into the house? Now, next, I went into 34 Fairview Road and spoke with the homeowners. Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. Both parties from this point forward will be referred to for their first names. Brian stated that they had seen the victim at the waterfall. Again, Brian and Nicole recalled that the victim had been welcomed to their home, but he never arrived. He never arrived. No one said, oh, they were outside, but they didn't come in. Remember, when they're making this statement, Lank says that they were sitting on like the stairs, okay, from being upstairs to downstairs. So they're right there in that foyer when they're making the statement. Who's all there? Jennifer McCabe's there. Okay, Jennifer McCabe's there. Now check this out. This is what he testified to. When asked about O'Keefe's demeanor, he said, no, it was fine. There was no altercation. There was nothing going on at the bar, nothing like that. Okay. Matthew McCabe, now remember his testimony is that he then walks outside. He walks out, leaves. So this is his first. This is his first trip in. Because when he talks to Matt, he says, Matt McCabe, husband of Jennifer, also stated that there were no issues whatsoever. And he observed the vehicle pull up out front of the house, but never saw either party get out of the vehicle. Matthew also reiterated what Brian said, meaning that there was no issues. O'Keefe seemed to be fine at the bar, and that there was really nobody else in the establishment other than their group. Next, I asked Brian and Nicole, who else was at the house that night? I don't know why he didn't elicit this testimony. Aside from the names already mentioned, the following people were present at some point during the time in question. I don't know why that didn't come out. Again, this would have been this. So this is the first time he goes in. Now, let's take a look. This is Jen McCabe. She's supposed to be standing there, sitting there. Jen's watch, 91 steps. It ends at 6:47. See that? Canton Police, it starts at 6:38, ends at 6:47 to get her 91 steps in. 6:38 is when he said that he talked to, when I say Canton Police, he talked to dispatch, and he talked to the CPCA dispatch, And then Proctor called him back. Okay. And while this is all happening at 6:43, now mind you, what did he say? He went in. John's phone goes up a flight of stairs. You understand that? Oh God, here, get this phone up here. Get this phone out of here. Get this phone upstairs. Hurry up, take this phone upstairs. Lank's coming in here. Get this phone upstairs. Lank's coming in here. With Goode. Could that be when that happened? They had to rush it back up there? Or are you on my boat, which is like, this didn't happen at all around this time? Because I'm over here saying that there's not enough time. Because he is outside. He's outside back at least 7:02. I mean, that's being kind. Because he's on body cam, he's on dash cam. So then he would have, and then so Jennifer McCabe does not move, and which is so weird, from 6:47 until after 7:58. Now, to double check to make sure I'm right, I'm going to show you guys something. I have none other than Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe's health data. And I'm going to print and show you something. Okay. So, oh boy. All right, it's printing out something. If you have a really good expert, okay, this is what we've heard testified to. Okay. Nobody heard, no police officer heard Jennifer or Karen Reed tell Jennifer McCabe to Google house long to die in the cold. Okay. I want to show you guys what time this happened. 6:23 and 51 seconds, and 6:24. Do you know what time that is? Do you know who arrives on scene at 6:24? Who says that they get there at 6:24? He just like kind of guesstimates what time that he gets there. Who arrived at 6:24? Who arrived at 6:24? This is Jennifer McCabe on location. This is Jennifer McCabe's phone. Okay. At 6:24, but at 6:23, 51 seconds. How long to die in cold? 6:24 and 18 seconds. How long to die in cold? You guys remember who arrives at 6:24? Or like what he's saying is 6:24? Yay! Officer Lank, he arrives at 6:24. Woohoo! Officer Lank arrives at 6:24. So Officer Lank arrives at 6:20. It says 6:24, which, you know, remember he didn't have a dash cam. So that's what he's saying. And then miraculously, Lank arrives and Jen McCabe Googles this. Just so you know. Now, it wouldn't be the first time that she Googles this. Okay? Lank arrives and then that happens. Now, what's Jen doing though at that time? Like, where would she be? You know, remember they're talking. Where would she be? Well, oh, you mean while she was talking to Officer Lank, because he said that he had talked to her when he got there, right? So while she was talking to him, that's when she Googled this. Come get some, motherfuckers. Now, but let's make sure, Lana, where is Jennifer? Let's see. Well, Jen, according to her Cellbrite here, Jen is on the phone at 6:23 phone records. She's doing something. So I said, oh, let's just take a look. Fuck it. Let's see what Jen's doing. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so McCabe, here we are. What time? Go back just a little bit more. At 6:08. Oh, remember, this is why I thought none of this could happen. At 6:08, take a look. Okay. See that right there? 6:08. This is from Jen McCabe's phone. 6:08. What it says is created time, 6:08 and 35 seconds. Recently deleted. It was a picture. What was it a picture of? It was a screenshot. What was it a screenshot of? So this is when it was created. So she's creating in the midst of this fucking craziness. This is what's coming up, guys. In the midst of this holy shit, what's going on? Okay.
Oh yeah, remember that uncle one?
Yep. There's a burner phone involved. That's what I'm about to show you. At 6:08 and 35 seconds in the morning, I said, oh, wait. So wait, the cops are there. You know, the cops are there. And then we found out during this trial, the cops weren't there yet. The cops weren't there yet. Y'all heard? They put the wrong times down. Why? Because they wanted to act like the cops were there and that there's no way that this was going on then, blah, 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 bullshit. She did this and creates Uncle Brian A. Uncle Brian A. See that? Deleted 12:53 p.m. See that? Created at 6:08. Well, what's this? She created an account at 6:08 in the midst of just after she had called 911. Hold on. Now you guys are starting to get the timeline down so I can explain some things. So then let's back up to Let's take a look. Back here at the handy dandy Excel, amazing spreadsheet. Remember, I always thought that these jackasses arrived at 6:08 because that's what they wrote in their fucking reports. That's what they told me. Okay, well, we found out that nope, y'all didn't, right? Y'all did not arrive. And this is actually dash cam, and I say where he's going. And this is arrive. Spotlight. Or I'm sorry, it's turning on to Fairview. Okay. Now, so this was not correct. Officer Mulaney, Officer Lank, they didn't arrive like this. He arrived here. Okay. But the dispatch log tries to make up some other crazy bullshit with Goode. I'm sorry. Goode. Now, 6:08, what's Jen doing? 6:08. Well, I got an activity on her phone records. Oh, wait, what is this, Lana? Well, I don't know. I just have a phone record at 6:08. What did I come out to it to be? She made a call. Okay. Then from Cellbrite, she uses her phone again. Oopsies. And then watch. So I want to look over here, make sure that, let's see, 6:08, 6:08. Now go over here. I want to double check this. So she's making phone calls. She's creating this account all at 6:08. She's creating this at 6:08. Okay. And then hold on. Now here's her Jen McCabe's. Okay. They leave at 8 o'clock. So we'll go like this. Let me back down for you. Yeah, Busty. I don't know if it's cracked, but I can tell you that I know who was there, who admits to being there. Okay. So up here, steps. Okay. $28. And then you look across. That's from the watch. Watch. iPhone. 28. So I put that's where I got all this data from to pinpoint it. But let's take a look over here. I said that she moved and she started walking. Okay. She takes 190 steps, beginning at 6:28 until 6:36. You see that? See? And we got that from her watch, so that's really going to be really, really accurate, okay? That would be after she Googles how long to die, after Lank arrives and she's walking around. So how is Lank possibly talking to Jennifer McCabe unless they're walking while they're talking? They're walking around. Usually if you're talking to somebody, like, why are you walking? If I'm explaining something to you. Okay. You guys understand that? So Jennifer McCabe is walking around, making steps, 190 of them, 628 to 636. So, and we know that she's not anywhere near Officer Lank because Officer Lank is on the dash cam. He's on the phone, and that starts at 634 and goes until 639. So we know that they're not together here doing any talking. Okay. And he literally just got there. So the time frame that they could have been, but then you have to look at 6:27 a.m. to 6:28. How many steps did you take? 24 during that minute. 6:26 and 56 seconds. 38. 6:19 to 6:26. In that period, 28. That was 38, sorry. Now, let's look at this. Right here. 6:03 and 23 seconds. To 6:03 and 59 seconds. 29 steps. And it's recorded with her watch. Okay? Then she has to go grab that. What? Did she just run out of the car really quick when they all did? And she ran back into the car and called 911? I couldn't tell from the 911 call. Right here. 81 steps. Between 6:04 and 6:12. We know that she sat in the car and made the 911 call, right? And before she and the police arrived on scene, she did what? She had her phone, her watch, and she had John's. Well, Anna, how do you know that? Well, because John's at the same time that hers begins to take steps of 81 at 6:04, so does John's phone. Right here. Jen's phone, watch, 81 steps. 6:04 to 6:11. Hers is 6:04 to 6:12. John's phone, health data, 496 steps. She passed that motherfucker off. Karen Reed never left the scene, never left that area. Right? She's not going to go up to that house. Right? No. 6:03 to 6:07. Jen's phone has a recorded phone call. What is this? This is your 911 call. And it actually registers like this because it just nicks like the 58 whatever. Okay, so it nicks it right in time to be able to say 6:03. So this is the 911 call. And where do we know that she's physically at? She's physically in what? The car. So that means from 6:07 to when? She has to be, when do we physically see her on the dash cam when Seraph and them arrived? Remember, I always kept saying, why do they keep talking about that they only saw 2 females when they arrived? I saw 2 females. I saw 2 females. Immediately after she gets off the phone with 911, she has his phone because she walked over to the body, has his phone. They panicked because what is she doing? She's making phone calls. She's attempting to call. Let me show you that. Her phone log. All of it. All of it. This is all going to come in when yeah, who do you think it was picked up by? I don't think it was picked up by Karen Reed. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You see how there's no talks about John's, what they've collected into evidence? They've made a point to not talk about this phone at all. We're not going to talk about it at all. This is what you call Alan Jackson slaying it. No one mentioned the phone. No one mentioned the phone. No one mentioned the phone. Okay. So $200,000 for Yannetti and $250 for Jackson, flat fee. Is that what was paid? Okay. Or are those just retainers? Now let me show you something so I can zoom in and get real good up in this hood. Five. Okay, 6. 911. Do you see how even when you try to delete your 911 call like she did, it still shows up in a cell, right? You see that? So pay attention, Jennifer Drake. This is how I know you didn't call motherfucking 911. Boom! This is how I know you called from a other cell phone. I'm coming for that ass. I'm coming for the truth. She deleted it. She deleted this call. It is not in her call log. She deleted it. Let me show you. No. Let's take a look. You have the 911 call. You see this deleted? Gallagher was over on One Meadows. Everybody knows that. And remember, Gallagher said, oh, Lank left right away when he gathered those pieces and just took it straight to Canton. Okay. See this deleted section right here? All of these calls from Jennifer McCabe's phone, these were all deleted that say yes to. Okay. 911, deleted. All of this stuff. John O'Keefe, not answered. 552. But here we get good. This was to the 6177 Uncle Brian A. She had just made this contact. Look at this. How did she just make this? Where did she get this from? She called this number at 6:23. Wait, am I the right one? Hold on, this is just so small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Okay. Up here's the police. 603, 607, 608, 623, 635. Remember, she's walking in the door. This was answered. She's literally walking in the door, going up a flight of stairs. "19 seconds. 7, 9, 32, 2 zeros." What do you think the jury is going to say? Charge the bitch. Charge them all. Look at this Uncle Brian. She just stored this in her phone. that she called at 6:23. She just stored that number, which I can't imagine that she doesn't have Brian Albert's regular phone number. So was this a burner number? Haha, get it? Yeah. Who does it belong to? Yeah, this is a burner phone. We already looked it up. We don't. I kind of want to leave some surprises, but since Bella said we looked it up last year, we already know that this is a burner phone. Okay, she called a burner. This is a burner. Okay, but what does she do? She just got the burner number. Where's my shit at? She just stored the burner number in her phone at 6:08 in 35 seconds. How could she possibly store that? She would have to be in the physical presence of her sister, which means she's inside the house, like I've been saying. So she's inside the house, but she doesn't go up a flight of stairs because the sister meets her at the fucking doorway. Okay, so here's your door. Here's where O'Keefe is. She walks 40 steps this way and 40 steps back that way to get her 81 steps because she passes off none other than John motherfucking O'Keefe's cell phone from this point to this point. Okay, and that is exactly what the data shows. All right, and she makes 81 steps during the time frame of 6:04 to 6:11. 81 steps. Now I know that she can't possibly have John O'Keefe's phone anymore because his phone does 496 steps. They are in a pure panic with his phone on what to fucking do with it once she passes it off. And when does she pass it off? At 6:08 and 35 seconds, right around that, when she was with her sister in her present getting this. Now, now there's more. So, which now makes perfect sense why Jen McCabe is then seen when they arrive because she walks back, okay? And that's why the cops see her on the dash cam because they don't arrive because that's how I said, well, they would totally have noticed if she was coming out of the house, okay? And how she's able to do it is she is hiding when she's coming out, scaling the SUVs and coming up and walking along here. I'll show you the exhibit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like to point your attention to exhibit number 23, which has been recorded over and over and over. Just use this for the... That's the crime scene, just so you know. But she's scaling at the back behind, okay? And comes like that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we would like you to look at this pure shit show. They're setting all of this up for their... Now, this is the best part about it. Take a look at this. This is Exhibit 45, which you guys saw today. Ready? I just can't stop with this one. Exhibit 45, will you please open this in front of the jury? Well, what's this? Well, I have no fucking clue because I don't know how to box anything. I didn't box this shit up. He takes this out, and what is it? It's the cup. Okay? It's just the glass. Why didn't he have him open up and take out any of the red Solo cups? Where's that at? But see that type of taping with like, excuse me? This is how he was on the ground, standing here, which is going to get really super interesting. He takes his finger with his glove and is trying to like flick these freaking frozen blood pieces, okay? She totally did a Jennifer Coffin Dapper. Do you guys see a they call it, I don't know if you guys have ever learned this, but they call it a tape measure. Do you guys see a tape measure next to this piece of glass? Now, Officer Lank is outside because Gallagher testified to it. And I said, red flag. Mulaney says he never saw crime scene tape. This is 702. But he's going to come into the picture right here. Okay. And Lank is in the light. He says Lank is in the light color coat. All right. Well, guess what Lank testified to? You guys heard it today. Didn't he say he was in a gray jacket with the black up top? What? Gray North Face, black up top. You guys remember hearing that? Like this? Gray, black up top?
We spent so much time on that last night.
Yeah. I cannot wait for them to start talking about who all these people really are. Are one of these people Brian Albert? Right here. I would love to know when they have the experts on to talk about what time these pictures were taken. Because that's Jen McCabe's vehicle, and she didn't drive there with a vehicle. Remember? Kerry Roberts, that whole thing, and they were together with Kerry Roberts and Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and they got Karen Reed, because they had to go stall. Okay. Now, this is what the crime scene looked like before it was blown. Like that. Okay, right? Just trying to bring us all back up to snuff here. This is the first crime scene photo taken at 7:42 a.m. This is going to come to bite everybody in the ass. 7:42. Okay? 7:42. Does that at all look like that it's been worked on at all? To see like this. And to then see this. Do you notice how very strategically, do you ever see, except I think in, hold on. Oh yeah, here we go. This is that curb, right? It's, zoomed in. What has been up there a bunch of times, labeled as State's Exhibit 25. You see this right here? What they've been referring to is State's Exhibit 22 right here. I'm going to back out just a little bit so you guys can see something. I want you guys to take a look. Okay. And tell me what you notice in this picture. Lana, is it possible Karen Reed's auto black box will contradict her story? No, I don't believe so, Micro Blue. I've spoken with lots of experts, and I'm confident to say that no way in hell. Do you guys notice anything? See that light on? See that light on? Because that's a door going in there, and there's a door going in here. Okay. And they use this for evidence purposes when they had Gallagher up there. And he said, yeah, I took that picture. So I was wanting to show you guys that it was 34 Fairview. That's why I took that picture. Okay. Well, the light's on. Okay. Is that? Now, I want to go back and show you guys this photo. Okay. Because he took pictures, and I so thank God that he did. He took pictures. That other one. He took pictures of the side angles, and I love him for it. Anyways, I want you to take a look at this from this angle. Does this vehicle look as if it's even with that vehicle? I'll zoom in. In fact, does it seem to be like kind of like maybe even, yeah. Do you see underneath this vehicle? Do you see underneath this vehicle? Okay. You guys see that? Okay. Now check it out. Check it out. I gotta get my, where is my other one? All these damn exhibits. If someone doesn't come in here and organize these exhibits. There it is. Boom. Take a look. Do you guys see this? These lines turning in like that? You guys see that? That's one, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which makes sense because your first 2 tires, they're going in, and then your back tires are usually a little bit separated. But do you see how there's significant snow down before this vehicle goes in there? Now, according to Lank, according to Lank, he walks out of this house, and then just literally a couple minutes after, that would be when Matt McCabe shows up. Okay? That's what he's saying. What time of day do you think these pictures are taken? Not a single picture was taken before 7:47, 7:42, just so you know. I call bullshit on Matt McCabe, what time he arrived there. We'll take a look. Now, going back to Jen McCabe's phone, Tom Beatty, 911. Do you know who Coco is? Coco is, that's her sister, Nicole. Okay, so she's calling Nicole, the homeowner, 607, and it was answered. 608. They are freaking the fuck out. Do y'all see this shit? Coco is Nicole. Then, Matt McCabe, do you see this? This is why I stopped where I stopped. I do have a method for my madness, and I'll always get there. That's why I think I'd make a pretty decent attorney, because I would get you to lie, and then I just smack that ass. Matt McCabe, what time? Answered 6:35 and 3 seconds. 6:35. She is literally calling her husband as she is walking up the stairs to go into her sister's house. Now let me ask you a question. Think about this. You find John O'Keefe at 6:03. You call 911. Think about this. You're a married woman, and this has got to be like, holy shit. Wouldn't you call your husband right the fuck away? I know I would. But just like put yourself in her situation. I'd be calling, look at what she did though. 911, okay. She called her sister, right? Okay, I get that. Her sister's right there. Help, oh my God, how, like, calling her, right? Okay. She walks over to the house. Then she stores that number in, which she then will call at 6:23, but it's not answered. Then she waits until 6:35 when she is walking then back into the house of her sisters to call her husband. You see that? Now, this guy has to pop up out of bed. He answered it. They talked for, what was it? 19 seconds. 19-second phone call. That's it. Like, what can you get in 19 seconds? Oh my God, Matt, you need to get the fuck over here. The cops are here. I don't know what the fuck to do. You need to get the fuck over here. You get the fuck over here. Like 19 seconds. What you got? What you got? You got 19 seconds. That's to Matt. 19 seconds from Matt. 6:47. Now, this proves that why would Matt be calling her? Okay, look at 6:47. This is the moment that she stops moving at 6:47. So did he call to say, I'm here? Did he call her to say, like, I'm pulling up? Okay, look at. Then Matt McCabe answered 18 seconds. Did you see that? 6:47. 6:47. I'm going to underline that in black. Going to her health data. That's the exact time that I have Jen McCabe (6:38 to 6:47). She's in the house at 6:38. Because how do I know that? Because she went up a flight of stairs at 6:35. Again, passing off John's phone yet again, or receiving it. I mean, whatever the hell they were doing with it. But isn't this weird? At 6:47, Jen's phone, nor her watch, right? Tell me when they move again. And I'm going to go double check it over here with this. What do we have here? Okay. You guys are going to love this. Do you see how it says watch, 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 watch? Do you see this? You can't fuck with the best, baby. Here you go. Check it out. So you can see the bigger picture. Seven to 7:02. iPhone. Up here. iPhone. 6:32. 6:38. Then you're like, Lana, how did you figure out that she went up a flight of stairs? Let me show you. Then I went to the floor section. From the window to the wall. Oh, damn. Anyways, I went to the floor section of it, and that's how I figured it out. And it was at 6:40, or I'm sorry, at 6:35. She took a flight of stairs. And then so did John's phone coming, what I thought would be coming back down. But if she went down and came back up right away, anyway, you slice and dice it. Her phone, she doesn't have her phone. Her phone's not moving, just her watches. So her phone here at 6:38 she doesn't have her phone with her. So 6:38 when she starts moving around at 6:38 to 6:39 to 6:39 to 6:40 to 6:41 to 6:41 to 6:47. See, that's 6:47 to 6:47. She calls her husband, or her husband calls her rather. She doesn't move at all from 6:47 to 7 o'clock. Now, would that be consistent, you think, with everybody being talked to from 6:47 to 7 o'clock? But wait a second, Matt McCabe's not there. Nope, he's not, is he? Because Matt McCabe calls her. So here's Jen's call log. Matt McCabe calls her at 6:47. Matt McCabe calls her again, rejected. She rejected it. So that would make sense. Why is she rejecting it? Because she is talking to the police, probably. So 6:52. Then to Karen. She calls Karen Reed at 7:21. Karen doesn't answer it. Karen, though, calls her right back at 7:21 and 48 seconds. So she calls her back. And they talk for 2 minutes and 19 seconds. She deletes all of these are deleted. She talks to Karen for 2 minutes and 19 seconds at 7:21. Karen. And Kerry Roberts, 7:33, 4 seconds, deletes. Then from, it's not saved in her phone. Then from, so there's a call that is not saved in her phone at 7:49, probably the popo. But then right here from 8:38, do you guys see this? From 8:46 and then 2. Wait for it, it gets better. So from 2 from. So right here, call up the number 237-1658. Is that whose number is that? That's right when they say 9 o'clock. That's 8:59. Right before that. From. So this has to be what? When she called the police to say, come on back. And then it's burner time, baby. Then look at Uncle Brian A. Faram. He called her. Incoming. Answered. 53 seconds or a minute 31. Did my line go off a little crazy? A minute 31. From. Answered. Outgoing. Oh, wait a second. Does that say? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. 7 minutes and 53 seconds at 11:30. Now, why is that important? Well, because let's show you guys when Jennifer McCabe leaves. She leaves the Alberts residence at 7:19. So immediately after she leaves, how do I know this? Hold on one second. Oh, was I muted? Sorry. You guys know what this is? This is a dumbbell, okay? And see this line right here? That is, let's go right here, back over here, back over here. I'm going to zoom this in. You know how they said that Matt McCabe just came out just a couple minutes later? Okay. From Matt McCabe. Rejected. 652. She calls Matt 635, 647, 652. So that means Matt's not there. And if she's sitting still from 647 until 7 o'clock, why would Matt want to go over there? I'm not going over there. I'm staying way the hell away from here. I'm not going over there so I can talk to the police. But what do they say? Matt just shows up. And then we go back into the house to talk to Matt. So when were we taking these pictures? Oh, wait, that all happened really way later. So wait, so you left a crime scene? So this is what I would have asked. And I really wish that he would have asked. So did you find that glass? Did you find that outside in the snow after or before you went to the McCabe's or before you went to the Alberts residence? Did you find that rocks glass before or after you went into the Alberts residence? You guys know what the answer is, right? After. So, okay. And I'm kind of shocked that, we didn't hear that. That you're pumping stuff into the, I would have, then again, they never bring up this part, which is, oh, so you got a list of all the people. Who gave you this list of all the people that were inside that house? And that's where this infamous time is that Caitlin left right before it was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan. Oh, interesting. Well, we'll see how that works out. We'll see if that testimony changed at all. She talked on a burner phone for 7 minutes and 53 seconds to none other than Brian Albert's burner phone. Or what? Brian Albert's regular phone? You didn't have Brian Albert saved? But then you delete it. Then you delete it. Then it's not so after you talk to Matt McCabe, because he says that he got all this, he elicited all this information from Matt McCabe, because when Matt McCabe came back, he went in there. And this is all in chronological order. And then it's like, while still on scene, Lieutenant Gallagher, Sergeant Goode, and I attempted to retrieve as much evidence as possible given the weather conditions. So again, Lieutenant Gallagher was able to use a leaf blower to blow away the top layers of snow, we were able to observe a broken drinking glass and multiple patches of red, which appeared to be frozen blood drops. 6 samples of this substance was retrieved by using red Solo plastic cups. The broken glass was retrieved and tagged into evidence. No, it wasn't. The broken glass wasn't tagged into evidence, wasn't retrieved and tagged into evidence. Right? How do we know this? Well, Lana, you're going to tell us, right? Fuck yeah, I'm going to show you guys. I'm here for it. Here we go. This is how we know. Evidence number 1, but evidence 38. See that? Remember that? There you go. That's not marked. That's definitely no red tape. And when you open it up, when you zoom in, it's all liquid, all melted. And these pictures are from February 1st. So you didn't run anywhere and store this anywhere, because what this eventually gets put into is what he testified to today on direct examination, Lank, and he testified to a big box that he starts pulling out, you know, this bullshit, which is, where is he? Where is it? There it is. Exhibit 45 today. This is what he testified to. That's what it looked like. There he is, Officer Lank. This is what he testified to. Okay. Look at fucking Bev. Badass bitch right there, Bev. Now take a look. 7:20, 7:12 and 58 seconds. I'm going to zoom in. This is what they're saying. This is the crime. He's trying to say this is where the crime scene tape was. Okay. Okay, guys, this is 7:12. This is off a dash cam though. Okay. Off a dash cam. Sure. Again, when did this car arrive? Now, I want you guys to take a look at here. This is a yellow jacket. Okay, it's not white, it's yellow. This is supposed to be Gallagher running this. We wanted to make sure it was truly him. So we took a look at his meaty little sausage fingers.
We took a look at his nose too.
Yeah, we looked at his nose, but we want you to pay attention to back here. Remember they said that they just worked in like a 6x6 area? Well, who the fuck is walking all back here? Those are footprints, okay? I know the quality is not the best, but these distorted marks like that, those are all footprints back there. So who the hell's walking around back back over there? Then I point out that this goes off and there's footprints that just go right off like that. Okay, now I want to show you guys these. Now, class, let's look at these other exhibits. No, here they come. Ready and okay. So let me just There we go. I used this before I had the where's it at? Where's this wrist? Right here. See this wrist right here? I was able to zoom in on this and I was able to get the timestamp that he was tagged when he walked in and was, at the hospital. So that was 6:49. 6:49. Okay. They said that he arrived at 6:45, but then by the time that he was, admitted and all that stuff, 6:49. So that's what I had to use. Now, this right here is from Jen's phone, and she creates this account at 6:08:35 seconds, which is right when she's talking to her sister. She makes this account. And what I mean by that, she creates this Uncle Brian A. Okay. And look at this. Home number 3. This is a third phone. What a dumbass. Anyways, she deletes this at 12:53 the same day. All right. She deletes it. Now, John O'Keefe. Floors 3. Between 12:22 and 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds. His phone, he does not have a watch on. His phone travels 3 flights of stairs in under 2 minutes. See that? This is at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Again, this has to do with floors. But O'Keefe steps taken. Again, this is how I got all my data. See this right here? 36. $12:31 and 56 seconds to 12:32 and 16 seconds. So really, that's 20 seconds. 36 steps in 20 seconds. Then nothing. And the best testimony is going to come when people are saying that they called John O'Keefe like they did. Did the phone go straight to voicemail? But look up here. 12:11 to 12:21 in 5 seconds. This is him leaving the waterfall bar. And how I know how this works is that from the point that he would have gotten and started walking to walk to his car, and then gets in his car, and then at some point it's going to stop at 12:21 in 5 seconds. That's where they're recording this. I'm very curious to see what an expert says about the fact if he ever got out of a car after it was moving for a little bit and then got out. I'm just curious to see how that's going to fly. Because look at this, 12:21 in 5 seconds. Then a new event starts at 12:21 in 10 seconds. So either way you slice and dice it, John's back up on his feet, okay, and starts to walk to complete the 80 steps in the time frame of he does 80 steps, and separately, that does not count the 3 flights of stairs. That all happens within this period. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. I guarantee you they're going to have an exhibit like this. No doubt about it. You'd have to show. You see that? So what this means is wah, wah, wah. Jen McCabe gets home and goes up a flight of stairs. Let me zoom in. Okay. 2:23 a.m. in 4 seconds to 2:23 a.m. in 7 seconds. She's able to get up her flight of stairs. Okay. Now, 6:35 and 33 seconds. That's where I got the data. Tell you guys that she went in that house. So she goes in that house. She gets at 6:38. She stores that number. John's phone goes up a flight of stairs as well at 6:30 at 6:36. Okay. And now at 2:27 a.m., you're going to hear from expert witness Green, and he's going to tell you guys in his professional experience and analysis of the device internet search history often gives valuable clues as to the user's internet or knowledge surrounding an incident. I conducted a review of the search history information obtained by Jennifer McCabe's iPhone 11 and observed the following significant artifact from the morning in question. When the jury sees this, house long to die in cold. I think if you're in here, I know Mary P, I think was asking me, what's that house long to die about? Well, here's what this is about. She walks upstairs, gets in either her bedroom, in her bed, or she was brushing her teeth with one hand, okay, and starts using her phone to, that's what I always do. I use one thumb and I'm typing something in and maybe brushing my teeth, and I'm like, oh my God, how long is it dying cold? But check this out. She goes up her stairs, 2:23, within 4 minutes. Within 4 minutes, she Googled house long to die in cold, and she just didn't spell how long to die in cold. Okay. Thus, search information history right here obtained from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone indicates that on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27:48 seconds, this phone user, whoever was using it, entered the following search in Safari, house long to die in cold. A true and correct copy of the Cellbrite information associated with this artifact is attached here to as USF-01. That's the exhibit they're using. In order to confirm the accuracy of this search event as reported in Cellbrite, I independently performed a low-level analysis of the artifact found in USF-01, okay, which was located in the browser. Write-ahead files are temporary in nature and show the location where data is written before commitments to the main database are made. The particulars of this artifact are as follows. The location of where this was in the private mobile library Safari browser state, database record, blah, raw time data. Time converted to UTC. Then, page is that? 1, 2, 3. Ah. Three. Adjusted to local time, 2:27, 40 seconds. Thus, I was able to independently verify that the time, date, and fact of the search report in Cellbrite was accurate. Significantly, the Cellbrite analysis further reveals that the 2:27 and 40 a.m. search for House Long to Die in the Cold was was thereafter deleted by the user. The browser state that so it's basically saying whoever used this phone in the open tabs in the Safari application, this allows the user to leave the application and then return at a later time to resume the browser section. The individual tabs can be deleted by the user. So all it is that you deleted that tab. Here, Cellbrite indicates that at 2:27, 40 a.m. seconds, the search for House Long to Die in the Cold was deleted by the user of that phone. I also performed a timeline validation of the 2:27, 40 a.m. search by confirming that the device was in use at the time of the search. This is really important. This is something that a lot of testimony happened in the Murdoch murder in South Carolina. The following artifacts support that the user was interacting with the phone during this period. The iPhone was unlocked between 2:23 and 31 seconds and 2:31 and 7 seconds. Text messages were sent at 2:25 and 11 seconds and 2:25 and 56 seconds. This is from the affidavit submitted in order to get more cowbell. 2 screenshots were deleted at 2:26 and 37 seconds. Again, what are those screenshots? The search for House Long to Die in the Cold was entered at 2:27 and 40 seconds. Thus, the data unequivocally, look at how close it unequivocally establishes that an individual using Jennifer McCabe's iPhone 11, notice how they don't say who, okay. Atlanta, what do you say to Busty D claiming John never walked to the house? Well, then I would say, what stairs and where was John that he went up at some point 3 flights of stairs? Unless he walked into the garage and was on a Stairmaster. No, what I'm trying to say is for the evidence, a jury is going to see this and see that this guy went into that house. If this guy walks into that house, that means that he could not be dead on the lawn. Let me explain this for you, okay? It is possible because there are 2 front doors, okay? It is 100% possible that John O'Keefe gets out of a vehicle, goes in one of the 2 front doors. He's never been in there before, but I highly doubt this. It doesn't see anybody, tries to attempt to come outside, happens to go where he thinks Karen Reed's vehicle is, slips and falls and hits his head on the pavement where the berm is to give him that type of a knock on his head. But then you have to ask yourself, how does he have all those other scratches and all like the front of the eye and all that stuff, right? I personally believe that the plan that night was to say that he got hit by a plow. Why in the world would you go and put somebody out on your lawn outside there? I believe the story evolved. I believe that it was not at first to frame Karen Reed. No. That took a wild spin off of its own. But I don't believe that a jury, for any second, with everything that you've seen to this point, is going to think that this man did not go inside that house. And for a second is going to think that any of these people are being truthful. So truly nothing was recorded, and it's whatever you're choosing to write in a report, which nobody's report is remotely the same. Nothing. The defense is putting on a case. I am so very curious because there is no way that Alan Jackson and Little, that they don't know the stuff that I've been putting out for over the past year. Otherwise, please tell me that, and I'm sure that they would want to hire me. Because I thought that on a couple different occasions that they should have been pushing more to get certain statements out of people. For example, why wouldn't you ask Lank? Well, why were you asking them who was there that night? Why were you asking them who was there that night? If you weren't intending on calling any of those people, remember how he says, he asked them, did you make any phone calls did you do anything with this investigation after that day? Well, just that on that 4th. So you never made any phone calls. You didn't talk to anybody. You didn't go and interview anybody. I don't think that there was enough emphasis. Like, you have to, these jurors don't get to go. They're not supposed to go home and watch this shit. Okay. But I don't know why it wouldn't come out of Alan Jackson's mouth to say, did you find after you just got him on all like that, the way that everything looks, why wouldn't you say, oh, by the way, you found that cocktail glass, right? Was that before or after you went into the Alberts house? Boom, blow it up. That's all. I cannot believe that didn't come. I'm actually going to personally email Alan myself and ask him why he didn't say that. That would have been allowed. There's no way that you're going to get around not being able to answer that. Did you find the glass before? Because you have to do it like this. Lawyers forget, and this is why mock trials are amazing. As a lawyer, you've known this case for years, right? You know everything about this case. These jurors, you have them because they don't know anything about it. And now I don't know if that's so much of if I would want that. How could anybody follow this if they haven't known anything about this for all this time? Think about that. How the fuck is going on here? All I'm seeing is, oh wow, these police don't know what that. Wow. Like the police just wow, And there's no evidence against Karen Reed right now. There's none. You had every single police officer at the scene saying that they did not find a damn piece of the car that allegedly hit him, right? So you have a bunch of people that don't know about this case. I just think there's a couple different times, you really, and your big moments, I think that they needed to be walked through that right there. You found that glass, that's that cocktail glass, after you went into the Alberts house. That's how you would have them on planting evidence. So then you came out from being inside the Alberts house, right? There's glass. Everybody knows that there's glass inside that house. There's cups, there's glass. In fact, why didn't you ask the Alberts for Solar Red cups? Why didn't you ask the Alberts for the leaf blower? Think about that. They had to know in some capacity that there's no way that they could ask them for that, right? But wait a second. They asked the guy across the street who is a cop. So to me, I think it's just interesting that um I, where is the dash cam of Goode going and getting this frickin' this leaf blower? So here we have this, and I just think that, you know what, if Karen Reed did it and then they just tried to, you know, bump up their evidence by manipulating, then guess what? Fucking you guys deserve it. Fuck you. Because you wanted to up the charges to murder versus an accident. I don't believe that anything that happened in that house, regardless of who the killer would be, I don't believe that it's murder. What, Lana? Yeah, no, I don't believe that John O'Keefe was murdered unless you're going to bring someone to the stand, unless John O'Keefe knew something and he was talking to internal affairs. I mean, these are a bunch of cops. Unless he was going to rat on some drug dealings that maybe people in that house were, you know, part of, lure him over there. I mean, you're going to have to come with that, but I don't believe that Karen Reed had any motive to kill him. And right now I don't see any motive from anybody in that house to kill him. But I don't know enough about Brian Higgins. I don't know enough about Brian Higgins' past. So I think it's interesting that Brian Higgins would leave and go to the Canton Police Department at 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, and guess what I want to know more of? Ready? I want to know more of, they call it, Alan Jackson called it a golf cart. You guys know in nice little neighborhoods, if it's going to snow outside, they put people in the little fucking, let me tell you, they put people in, hey, Bells, what's that? Alan Jackson thought it was a golf cart, but it was like a
Kubata. You want it?
Yeah, yes, a cabata.
Okay, you want it?
A cabata chatamata.
Yeah. That's what what's his face said.
So we looked this up because he wanted to be specific about what was in that garage where the Sally Port was.
Okay, so just spread. It's called spreaders. Like just spread it.
It's what people. Yeah, it's like an. But see, I don't.
It's a brand. It's a Kubota.
Okay.
Kubota. Here.
And so what nice little areas have is that they'll go and they'll buy something like this to, like, it's like an ATV, but they have a plow on it. They could also use it to cut grass. I mean, there's a bunch of things that you could do.
It's all attachments.
It's all attachments. But you see those tires like that, and then in the winter, in those areas, you guys salt your the sidewalks and you plow them. Okay. So I'm just curious, does Canton have this? Here you go.
Yes.
Do they use anything like this? Also, did they take anything like this over to, let's say, One Meadows? Now, what would get me off of it that they were planning on framing Karen Reed from the jump, I'll tell you this. If it comes out, the Ring camera, and that all of these, because it's definitely going to come out, somebody deleted shit from the Ring camera. That's what the testimony from Paul O'Keefe was supposed to get. And they didn't get, and I thought it was fucking great.
Show them this. Without the thing involved.
Yeah. Like this.
That's without the attachment.
Okay. Yeah, RTV, yeah. But the reason I wanted to say the physical name is because that's what Gallagher, he knew exactly what it was, okay? And so when this Ring camera starts coming up and there's all these deletions, okay? Why would all these events on John's Ring camera be deleted? That doesn't make any sense to me. Do you guys have rings? I could see, okay, I'm missing like one or two. 21 events, 21 deleted events. Art says, Atlanta, I agree. I believe the whole thing was a tragic accident that has been blown out of proportion. And I think the question for me is, I start to wonder, Art, if, hear me out with this. What these cops would have wanted is just like, have you guys been hearing how everything's been handled here in Canton? People get charged, next thing you know, charges are dropped, like stuff gets pushed under the rug, blah, 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 blah. Well, why wouldn't this be that? Why wouldn't this be like that? You just want to cover so that Brian Albert's name rolls under the radar of where this police officer would have been found. And hey, it's just an accident. We don't know. He maybe attempted to come in. Karen leaves. Somebody mauls him. He gets hit by a car, hit and run. You know what I mean? Why not leave it like that? And the thing that I believe is why I'm curious why couldn't you just leave it as don't pursue Karen Reed and none of this happens? And then to think about this, what are the odds that Karen Reed would literally back up and hit John O'Keefe's, SUV pulling out of the driveway? When was you know how Lally was asking, check this out. Lally was asking questions about what was in that garage and to Paul O'Keefe. And at first I said to myself, what the hell? Where is he going with this? You guys saw the garage though. It's it's two separate doors, but it's like a 2-car garage. And so O'Keefe went out with his friend earlier. Karen then met up later. And so is it normal that Karen, here, you take when she would be there, because he has a Ford that's parked that's a nice car that's over there that's parked. So that car stays there. But is there room for two more cars, or do they rotate? How does that work? But something that I just thought was interesting is, why are they talking about this positioning of these cars? Like, how the fuck is that even relevant? Who gives a fuck if he has a fucking Ford, whatever, in the garage? There has to be some type of relevance to that. And I think what the relevance is that why wouldn't John have his own SUV in his own garage? So then that means when Karen would come home, she would be parked in the driveway and then come in. But there was no testimony about that. It was fucking, I don't know if Lally just blows chunks, which I don't doubt. But so getting back to this, it's just like, I mean, they went as far as to try to frame her for murder. So if Karen hit him, I'm sorry, but Karen should not do a day anywhere. I don't believe that she did, but framing somebody for murder, I think that's worse than committing murder. Framing somebody for murder. You're like, wait, Lana, you think that's worse than committing murder? Yeah, because why the fuck would you need to frame somebody that you don't even know? That's premeditated as fuck. Abusing of power. Murder to me, there's so many rages and, oh my God, we got into it. And then, you see people getting charged for murder. And that's premeditated. That's fucking crazy.
Can we just say that they should both be on the same level then? Because I don't think that, right? I mean, don't you think it's the same?
Yeah, okay, same level, sure, whatever. I'm saying murder's fucking horrible. Think about that. Murder's fucking horrible. But here to go out of your way to frame somebody for murder, you're a murderer. You're murdering somebody's life. That's how I look at that. You should be charged with murder. You just tried to frame me as a cop for murder. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Hence why I think it should be the same charge. You should get charged with murder, basically, if you're
Even if I hit the guy, you still went and tried to frame me for murder. Even if I would have struck him. You understand that? Like, that's some wild ass shit. And I'm telling you this, you ain't framing somebody with one person. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You're not framing somebody, one person here. And then Mary P says, this is personal. Exactly. This is personal. Why would they, dude, and then when you hear Proctor saying like the way that he, I hope that if Karen Reed fucking kills herself, he tried to get a hold of her nudes. That shit's all coming out in this case. And if Bev tries to keep it out, oh, hell to the no. Being in power and having what these people in Canton and other police officers have, I mean, and you get a group of people that are like
power hungry,
just down to fucking do it.
Like they've been doing it their whole lives.
Yeah. Like this is just another day in the park. Do you guys think that Karen Reed's the first person? The other thing I started thinking about is when I heard these officers testifying that they have never been involved in a homicide investigation. They've never been involved in using evidence tape, doing anything in the snow. That's just, I could see if you say that and you're living in Hawaii, you're saying and you live in Boston, like, get out of here. It's right outside. Come on now. It's cold. It's snow. It's cold. It's snowy,
You're talking about the snow part, not the evidence tape part.
Dude, these.
I'm like, what? Hawaii? What?
Yeah.
Okay, I get you.
You're telling me Canton doesn't investigate rapes? Nobody's been raped in Canton?
Well, no one's been murdered.
These people are just, oh, hey, let's just say it's an overdose. I'm not joking. We should all move to Canton. Nobody is getting murdered in Canton. None of these officers have said that I've investigated a homicide. In fact, if you've been listening, they're all talking about patrol and they have desk jobs.
Well, they say CPAC does that.
Yeah, they say we don't investigate homicides. We give that to, well, are you guys on probation? CPAC. On probation? You guys sound like Al Quipa. Anyways, there's my rant. It just, I think Bella's right. It's just murder, premeditated. It's the same level as trying to frame somebody for, murder. And then the sick part is that I can just go up there on the stand and say, oh, it was just an oversight. These dudes testified that it was an oversight. Fuck your fat ass, man. An oversight? I think poor Seraph had a lot more to say on his piece of paper, and it all got deleted. Or he's just lazy as fuck, which kind of goes with, that's how he looks. Yeah. So take a look here. They went and got a fucking leaf blower and it worked great. That is literally, can we put that on a damn hoodie? But can somebody please explain to me how mainstream media is not, like, the only reason they're covering this is for, like, they're not covering it for the right reasons. They're covering it for just to make, to make money here because it's, look at, why isn't anybody saying, holy shit, look at this? Do you know that what the media does? The media applies pressure. The media applies pressure.
They were supposed to be journalists back in the day.
No, what pressure is being applied? And see, I don't agree with the way that Turtle Boy is the reason that this case is known, okay? And I have nothing against Turtle Boy. I just think he takes a little too far.
He's not the reason I know about it. I know
No,
about it.
but what I'm trying to say though is there's if you attack arguments instead of attacking people, your argument is going to be way up here versus, when you're taking shots like, I don't need to tell you that you look and smell like shit. Okay. That's kind of just doesn't make sense to me, actually. I want you to focus on, I don't need to, because you got a camera in that person's face, I got to go put a camera in your face and then make fun of you. In fact, I think that's bullying. I think that's exactly what little kids do to each other. And that I, as a parent, if I see that, or if I tell my kid if they see something like that, that you don't do shit like that. That's not how you handle stuff. That's not how champions handle things. And so I think that but in the same breath, I would never take away from anything that he does. He does things his way. Hey, that's your way. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's your way. I wouldn't do it that way, but who am I to tell you not to do it that way? You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna say that he,
There's Alan Jackson, Yannetti, and Little working their butt off, being classy, handling it, and then there's that other way.
Marsha, I'm a visual learner too. Thank you, Lana. This is the best place to watch any trial, baby. Get on. Yeah. Thank you for that. Ashley, super sticker. Thank you for that. Ashley, back to back. I said that 4 times. Ashley. Poetic Justice says, yep. Let's go towards law school. Woo! Yeah. Woo! Let's do it. Because Lana needs more pickles. Got to keep those brains going. I love me some pickles. Little Maid, look at you go, girl. Brian Ramblings. Michelle gifted some little memberships. Everybody's getting green. Go green. It is effective. Oh yeah. I think you could be just as effective. You don't have to call people names though. I don't know. I wouldn't want my kid to see me doing something like that. And that would like, I don't know. I can go and heckle you and do it all with just speaking the facts, like this type of shit. But like I said, you can't knock what he's done. And that's why you always have to give credit where credit's due. And that's what respect is all about. Like, I respect his work. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that everything that he does I'm gonna like, but it also means that everything that he does that I'm not gonna like. So I think it's when you respect people in the terms of I would maybe done it differently, but I still respect your work. So, have you ever had a pickle popsicle? No, I have not.
Oh my god, what? Is that a thing? You need to buy it?
I need to buy it. Complete strangers? No. There is such a thing? There is? Oh, Amazon, get your pickle on. I agree with that. That's why I said, hey, to each their own. I would agree. But I wanted to bring that up because people ask me about that all the time. And they ask me how I feel about that. And I'm like, well, I don't watch anything that I don't want to watch. And I watch the shit I do want to watch. That's what I would say. In fact, I watched him I'll tell you this. I watched him the other day when he was talking about that crazy broad and he was showing this evidence that he had to deal with. I don't fucking know what her name is. And then she created some Jane account. I'm like, holy shit, dude, he's got worse trolls than I had. Dude, you need to hear that one. Oh man, it had to be. It was right before he was going to court, and I was just like, this woman calls him over, talks about that she's pregnant, talks about she's gonna have an abortion, talks about let's have sex again, talks about, and I'm just like, And then the kids are coming out, and I'm like, holy shit. And then she's texting. And she's texting these fucking cops, these DAs, these prosecutors, and they're like literally trying to like set this man up, and there's nothing there. Like,
listen, that's why your mom teaches you don't put your dick in crazy. That's the thing that happens. Every guy knows that. Do not put your dick in crazy. If you do, it's on you. Sorry.
And no, but he says it. He's like, if there's anything I learned, I'm changing my taste in women, and I thought that was great.
I'm changing my what?
Taste in women. Oh, Lana, that woman, dude, she is insane. Well, because then I realized that she made a fake account. It's just crazy. I saw your video with steps recorded on John's phone. That clinched it for me. Yeah, me too. I think this testimony is just is clinching it for me. Like a juror to hear this. How could anybody sit in a room and convict somebody? And hearing this. Michelle spraying people green. Scott says DA Michael has held out since 1977. Wow, lots of power there within the matrix of the deep. I want to know if they're going to be able to call him to the stand. I think that there's, Alan Jackson's trying to get that in.
Who, Morrissey?
Yeah, to be able to, Her name is Lindsay. I call her Plan B. Oh my God, that's hilarious, Brenda. Thank you. So the same thing though. She tried to frame him, right? That girl Lindsay, Plan B, she tried to frame him. I think that she should go to fucking jail for that shit. I think that she's the criminal. I don't think that Turtle Boy's a criminal. I think Turtle Boy just likes to get under your skin. And, if you let it, you let it. But he's no fucking dummy. I'll tell you that. And he can write. So but I think that broad should go to fucking jail, prison, whatever. She needs to go away. She needs to probably go padded room, to be honest. Brian Higgins was knocking Karen's boots.
What?
Says Busty D. Well, what I was told is that Brian Higgins wanted to knock Karen's boots. Wanted to hook up with her, right?
Can we see what Higgins looks like?
Higgins doesn't look, yeah.
Doesn't look up?
I don't think he looks good. Does he look good? I don't. He's a smart ass, says Mary B. But at least I'll say this too. Dude, Turtle Boy makes it entertaining. Entertaining sells. You know what I'm saying? People aren't watching him for no reason. Like I said, I could watch him and I'm fine with it. I think there's a time to be fucking a dick and there's a time to, not be. But I also think that it's freedom of speech. What they did to him was absolutely fucking crazy. And I hope that he sues and he wins. He's fighting for my rights, just like he's fighting for your guys' rights to our, freedom of speech. But I believe that they tried to frame him, and they're the ones that try to make a mockery of everything that was going on when they went ahead and charged him with all those fucking counts. And I love how everybody got behind him. You know how much money was raised for him? Kudos to all the people that support him. So, like I said, I support Turtle Boy's cause. We maybe do things differently, but he wants to see that Karen Reed's free, and he wants to see that John O'Keefe gets justice, because he doesn't just want it to end with Karen Reed being acquitted. He wants the people that fucking did this to go down. And this isn't the first case he's ever done, and that's why I believe it. If he sees bullshit, he says bullshit. So.
Well, isn't he from the area?
Yeah. Higgins has no motive. John didn't want Karen. What? John didn't want Karen. And Higgins has no motive. Has no motive to do what? I think that those videos are going to show a different story about anybody wanting anybody. The video at the waterfall. It seemed like they were having fun. Don't you think?
Couples get into arguments all the time.
Yeah. Fuck. Think about your relationship. Can you imagine if you got into a screaming match, and the next thing you know, your significant other is found dead, and then they're like, "Look at what you were doing! You guys were fighting and you were yelling." So here, take a look at this though. She moved his car so she could hit it. Okay. Well, this is the only thing I'll say about that. Okay. I'll say a couple things about that. Let's hypothetically say, Bustd, that you're right. That she moved his car so that she could then hit it, versus just moving his car to be a dickhead and say, I'm going to move your car, put your car in the snow, and I'm going to put my car in the fucking garage because fuck you, you dickhead. Think about a woman would do that. Here, I'm going to put your car in here, and I'm going to put, So, but let's hypothetically say that happened. You think that every injury on John O'Keefe's body, to the point that you would think that she would want him dead and leave him there to die in the snow, doesn't Google anything like that. She's the one that's like, going crazy, what have you. But then this is the best part, that all of those people that were inside that home didn't see any of that. And was that after he went into the house for a little bit and then came back out? Because he definitely went inside that house. He definitely registered 3 flights of stairs. Okay. Unless John O'Keefe was climbing the trees. All right. Like a fucking, I don't know, like a squirrel. He didn't, what the fuck? She hit his car to say that's how she damaged her vehicle. Honey.
That's a theory.
Yeah. And I'm saying that the testimony, if you're not hearing this testimony, let's say that you're right. Then it would be so unfortunate to see that this testimony, then also, I think that Jennifer McCabe should play the damn lottery every day, because that woman can tell you what's going to happen. She can Google it, and then it happens. House Lawn to Die in the Cold. And then it happens. She needs to go play the lottery. But let's say that you're right. Okay. Let's say that she hit him. Then she, with the BAC of all this crap, right? Gets home, leaves her car running, gets into the garage, moves his car, parks it, off to the side, then gets out of the vehicle, pulls her car into the garage, okay? Then goes to sleep. Okay. John's out there. All of these people are coming and going from that party, and nobody sees any of this happen, to the point that he had to go in because he has to register these steps, comes back out. So when he comes back out to say, hey, Karen, why don't you come back in? This is the right house. Okay. But remember, everybody inside saying, no, we didn't, hey, this is the right house. Let's go. Let's, come in with me. She's like, you know what? Fuck you, asshole. Reverses her car, nails the motherfucker, leaves him there, speeds all off. And none of these people who are his friend would call 911 and say, oh my God, this crazy bitch just fucking hit him and drove off.
Well, how about this? What would you do if that were you? Would you figure out a way to mask the body or mask your car? Like, if you just knew you just hit your boyfriend and left him there, you're going to go through all this rigmarole to have people find him out there, and then go hide stuff that way. Like, just think of the logical steps that it would take to do all that.
I think that for as intoxicated as you guys think Karen Reed was, she's doing some niece will testify. And see, this is crazy. The niece is going to testify, right? And I feel it should tell you this. If the niece has to testify, that should tell you everything that they don't have in this case. That he's going to say, yeah, they fought all the time. But you guys just went to Aruba. Yeah, and my uncle was kissing other people. He was kissing Lori Spencer. He was kissing well, you heard O'Keefe's brother and the sister-in-law testify that John has just serious girlfriends. He has Karen Reed, and before that was some other Amy Broad. Okay? Basically, he doesn't bring people around. Right? Or are they going to try to paint John O'Keefe as a pig? You know what I mean? Which the prosecution's painting him as a good dude, right?
Look, you made a really good point. I want people in chat to hear that point that you made. And it was interesting. You said, did Boston PD, because he was a Boston police officer, did Boston PD ever do like a ride for him, or show up for him, or show up to trial for him, or like wear shirts like Justice for John O'Keefe, or anything, like not being like out of pocket and saying Karen did it.
Yeah, just for him.
Just for him. Like not being obnoxious, but just riding for their brother in blue, which you see police officers everywhere doing. Why isn't that being done for John, or has it? Ask chat. I can't see chat.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good point, Ella. Like, what?
Yeah.
Why so much umbrage?
Well, because the Alberts are boss, so you'd have a house divided. That's why. So the cops are staying completely out of it because it's two cops.
Sure, but if you believe that the Alberts are innocent, and you truly believe that in your heart, there is no.
Yeah, like why isn't the blue backing both the Alberts and John O'Keefe?
There's no skin off your back to back this officer who gave his life to protect the city, and then was raising these two children who lost their parents and now lost their second guardian, their second set of guardians. Like that's something police officers, and I love my people in Boston. I love the police there. I love the firemen there, and I love the people there. Why not ride hard for John O'Keefe? He deserves it. Great point, Anna.
Thanks. Scott says, Boston police know this case is a lie. They know Karen Reed did not end John. None of them show up, screams volumes. Yep.
Yeah, it's bizarre, right? You guys?
Yeah. We're not gonna, you guys are railroading an innocent woman, right? So then it brings me to this then, because I'll be like, I don't know if you guys saw in the report that, if it was Mulaney or if it was Goode, asked how long had he been here? How long? And it's interesting that he would use the words how long in asking a question to pose it to none other than Jen McCabe, who then he writes it in his report that he asked how long something. So I think that that's sick. I think that that's crazy. Well, how long has he been here? Well, I don't. And then what proceeded after that was Jen McCabe's, again, this bullshit. This Googling of this and acting like Karen said to Jen, Google this, and every officer was asked this, and nope, that didn't happen. So after you look at this, and it shows you that this all happened again, right? I want you to look at this. This is page 4. So I also conducted a forensic analysis, this is of Jen McCabe's phone, of the user call log history from the data in question. And right here, a user's call history is automatically recorded and stored on user's cell phone. The absence of recent historical call information suggests that a user has taken affirmative steps to delete call history. In my professional opinion, the confirmed deletion of recent historical call information suggests that a user has engaged in efforts to tamper with, alter, destroy, and or hide information or evidence. So if Busty D is still here, Lally is doing good. I see it now, Busty. I just think you're being ridiculous. If you think Lally is doing good, I can't take you seriously. Today he left you with a picture of a broken taillight. Nobody testified to that. He didn't leave me with shit. You know what he's left me with, and I've been screaming about it, is that I can place an officer at his house, at John O'Keefe's house. Officer Gallagher testified that he went there. You understand that? And today on the stand, Officer Lank testified that he was talking to Officer Gallagher. Well, he was where? At the house. Oh, shit. And then there's, this Ring camera, but they have all these deleted timestamps. You're going to see that it come back to when that motherfucker was there.
And guess what? Lank didn't go in a cruiser with a cam on it. He went in a
Lank didn't, and neither did Gallagher.
detective vehicle.
And that's why we've been paying attention to who's really who on scene. Who is that? Who's in that jacket? Who's in this jacket? Why the hell would anybody leave their house, aka Gallagher, without a winter coat to go to Meadows and then realize, oh, well, I gotta go to the can. Or did you want to change outfits? Did you not want to be seen in the same fucking outfit that you were at Meadows?
It makes no sense.
That's what I think.
None.
That's why you changed. Because you didn't want to be seen in the same outfit that you would have been in on Ring camera at John O'Keefe's, right? And then you could just say, oh, I thought, blah, blah, blah. Hey, we're going to be the ones to be able to get our hands on that, right? Hey, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go to One Meadows.
If Karen did this, get her the right way. That's all. Get her the right way. Don't cheat. Do it the right way.
We don't need more criminals in the courtroom than the one that we already have, right? You guys, this should piss you off. If you truly believe that Karen Reed's guilty, and you guys think that Lally is doing a good job, no. I don't think that how you could ever say that Lally is doing a good job. Every single officer and every single firefighter and every single person that has come across has been impeached. So, hey, Lally, you know what? You're doing fine, but you're fucking your teammates,
These people aren't used to people asking them questions. They're used to being the head boss.
Well, they're used to taking plea deals. They're used to the defense attorneys fucking people around, probably around their here, paying this here, I cut you a deal,
Deals. Things getting hidden, things getting erased, and it's not doing that this time because the world's watching. And I feel horrible for the O'Keefe family because their son is lost in this, like most people who are victims are lost because everyone else has to make a big mockery of it. Just do your job and do it right. That's all.
They said M don't want to go back in the stand. She got exposed by her friends for lying. Oh, really? Interesting. Katie? All I know is that the FBI is watching, and they're a bunch of morons. I would not. Fuck you guys. I ain't doing shit, But here, take a look.
Everyone thought they could take Alan Jackson on, and you just can't. Sorry, I told everybody. You ain't ready.
You have to know your case inside and out. Nobody likes to do this type of work. The absence of a recent... Okay, I already read that. In my professional opinion, the confirmed deletion of recent historical call information suggests that a user has engaged in efforts to tamper with, alter, destroy, and or hide information. This is what somebody who's an expert who has proof is going to be testifying that Jen McCabe did, or somebody, and if Jen McCabe wants to say, I gave my phone to my brother-in-law, or I gave my phone to, they just did it. They used my phone. They never thought that I was going to be the one that was asked. But see, you have Jen doing it when she's in the own comfort of her home, unless she's going to say that she spent the night at her brother-in-law's house.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to change that. You know what I mean? Nobody Googled from your phone unless it was your husband at 2:27. So,
you're pacing.
But we have her phone ping that she went back home. I mean, whatever. Importantly, deleted information is not always recoverable. The call log artifacts, here you go. and this is what it says. Back in 10/24 of 2020 to 1/27/2022. See that? Only FaceTime call data is recorded. 1/28/2022. See that date? No call log data found in call history. This is what an innocent person does. This is somebody who knew how to try to wipe down a phone.
Especially when an officer.
Yeah. And then think about this. Here you go. This is somebody that knew how to try to wipe down a phone to the point that you're going to have to bring in somebody that knows what they're doing to be able to navigate it. So this is the night going into then the 29th. So like being out that night, but no call log data found in call history. That's the main storage location, but indications of calls found in Knowledge C database. This is Jen McCabe's phone. 1/29/2020. 18 deleted call entries. 18 deleted call entries between this time. 5:33 a.m. and 8:50 a.m. Now, unless Jen McCabe blew a shit ton of cocaine, all right, I want to know why she was up all night pacing around. If you were like out partying, have a good time drinking, like you're gonna go sleep hard. You know what I mean? Unless you're doing party drugs, or unless you just know that there's a man that's dying on a lawn. Okay. I wonder if Jen McCabe could be asked questions about her. So do you take any medications, any sleeping aids? Do you have any issues with like anxiety?
I think that that's a very viable line of questioning if you lay the foundation for it. But will Bev allow it? Because there were a few things today that I couldn't believe she didn't allow that were right on part of,
Ooh, Mia says that John's husband is an IT guy. Interesting. Thank you for that. I'll look into that.
John's husband?
Jen's husband, sorry. John's husband. Let's do some shots, baby, down. I normally would be continuing, but a handful of people that have been watching this case, they want some more background. And that's why I wanted to show you guys some of this stuff. I did it back, I don't know, a year ago. I feel like it's been a long time.
It's been at least since August, September.
The 6:03:47 a.m. 911 call deleted. The 6:07:42 a.m. and the 6:08:07 a.m. calls to Coco, aka Nicole, deleted. The 6:23 a.m. call to Uncle Brian A is deleted, included in the 18 above. 8:59 a.m. call. Normal call log activity found. Oh, to right here. Sorry. So remember I showed you that was at 8:59. Guess who she calls? Guess who that call is? No, that is the police.
Oh, is that the one?
I grew up in the Bugatti.
Come over immediately.
In this case, I was able to further verify that there were additional deletions which were not recovered from Jen McCabe's iPhone 11 using Cellbrite. By cross-referencing the deleted cell entries, which one? Oh, I want it. Thank you. By deleting, what does this say? Oh, by cross-referencing the deleted call entries from Jen McCabe's cell phone with data obtained from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's cell phones. There are 17 calls listed on John O'Keefe's iPhone, which I have here. Let's see. Okay, so this is Karen Reed. Here we go. O'Keefe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. 16, 17. Just making sure. Okay. 17. Now. 17. So this is just these. There are 17 calls listed on John O'Keefe's iPhone referencing Jennifer McCabe's. So this is just Jennifer McCabe's cell number on 1/29/2022. Only one of these calls is found in the Jen McCabe iPhone call history. 12:14, 12:18, 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50, 5:04, 5:08, 5:09. Then this is all I have to say. And I want to know if anybody's caught this, but I will be calling Alan Jackson. You heard it here first. That was really good. That was one of the best hard-boiled eggs I've ever had.
Boiled. The Watts case. Boiled. You're welcome. I should make more. Oh, this. Remember? You forgot that.
Take a look at this. Look at 5:04, 5:08, 5:09. Say, what the fuck, bitch? Boom. You guys see that? You guys see that? Look at this. So, again, incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing. Now, this right here is an outgoing call. That means John made it. Incoming call means John received it, right? And then all incoming. So the last known time that we know for sure that John did something with his phone was when he dialed at 12:18. And that was, what this is 44 seconds, 35 seconds, 8 seconds, zeros. Okay? Answered. And what Jennifer McCabe is probably going to testify to is that the 8-second answered call is she answered it through a butt dial. But that means that he's alive. Look at this. That means that John was alive. Incoming, outgoing.
Unless she took the phone and just...
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. 35 seconds for an outgoing. So that means that your ass was talking to John for 35 seconds, you crazy fucking bitch. Okay? But then she says that she butt dialed him. See, there was this one was a butt dial. The one that was, let me back out rather.
Back it out.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Oh, trust me, Rebecca, if it was batteries, girl, we'd be partying. It's not bad. I wish to God it was batteries, baby doll. Have you ever had hardwired smoke detectors with Chinese people that put them in? Have you ever had Chinese people?
Where you hit the breaker? The breaker isn't even on.
And then they put your smoke detectors in the ductwork. Have you ever had that? Me neither, until just recently. All right. So check this out. What we can plan to have Jen testify here is this is gonna be interesting. But incoming, John receives a call at 12:14 that's what she told the people about. But he received it. She said that John called you crazy bitch. No, you called John at 12:14 because John texted you. You guys were texting back and forth so that you called him. Okay. But you said that John called you. That's a lie. Number 2 there, outgoing. Now John's phone calls her at 12:18. 35 seconds. Then he receives an incoming call, of which it was 8 seconds at 12:29 and 44 seconds, which is after he is in that house. And I did a really good explanation of how I think that all played out because of what she is texting at the same time. Okay. Rebecca says, "Hello, rip it down." Oh, girl. Oh, girl, they're all gone. Let me tell you guys something. Everything is out of my house, meaning I put back in regular smoke detectors with batteries for safety reasons. Okay. The breakers, we shut off the breakers. We don't have breakers on right now. We shut the breakers off. So please explain to me how, if you don't have the breakers on and you have everything
And you've bled them.
And you've bled them out.
You've bled all 6 of them.
The
Then
only
remove the batteries.
the-
Then unplug them.
The only logical thing to my smart brain is that there has to be one that is somewhere.
That's why we call it a phantom.
Okay, like it has to be. You want me to start busting down?
Ducking and walking.
Yeah, but that's the only thing that makes sense to me, right? Fire department's been over here. Everything. But unless you guys think that you've ever heard of something like this, I will just like literally cash app you. All right. Never heard or seen anything like this in my life. Pulling the blueprints as we speak. Anyways, now looking at John's phone. Sugar Tits McCabe continues to call him 1241, 1241, 1230, 1243, 1247, 1250. If you're calling him and you think that he arrived at your house, you'd be like looking outside, seeing if he's there. Like, wait. And then I just saw Karen roll off. What kind of messages are you leaving? Hey, I just saw you leave. Or did you just leave? Shouldn't those messages be on John's, voicemail? If you just saw them arrive, told him to park behind your car, then you saw the door open, then you thought it was there for like 10 or 15 minutes. So if you thought it was there for like 10 or 15 minutes and then you came back, you got there in time to see it drive off. Press the button in to reset them. It did that.
Did you not
Can
hear?
you?
Everything's been done.
Yeah.
Like everything. There's no break. The breakers are off to them. So, yeah, no, all that's been done. all the instructions.
So there's something that I don't have. Can the defense recall all these witnesses when it's returned? Abso-fucking-lutely. And they're going to. They're going to recall all these witnesses. Because there's no way that Jackson's going to leave stakes out on the table like this. Because I'm over here like, what the fuck? And I'm like, you know what? They don't want to give Jennifer McCabe and Kerry Roberts any inkling of what's coming. So, but let's focus here. Right here, take a look. 5:04, 5:08, 5:09, 4:59 and 26 seconds. What? Yeah. See, that's what I'm thinking, Rachel. Like, you don't understand. I agree. I agree. And what they do with the way that they beep, how it does it, is that they rotate where they're beeping from because they're passing the circuit or some shit like that. You have some great evidence and are very smart. Thank you. Appreciate that. So you guys explain to me how. I've never seen this. Have you guys ever looked at this is from Cellbrite. Look at that. This call is out of place. This one right here, 4:59 and 26 seconds.
Jen, you got some explaining to do.
I think the way the defense is talking about immediately when you open up that door, you can go straight downstairs. I think that's going to be really important testimony that they've been explaining to the fact that as soon as John, they would have probably done some tests here to see how many steps, like where her car was parked, how many steps you can go up to the door and back, and to see how many steps that would be. But what's clearly evident, and you're not going to be able to get past it, is that unless you think that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed stopped somewhere before they went to 34 Fairview, John O'Keefe went inside somewhere and definitely recorded 3 flights of stairs. And he recorded it, though, in a very fast pace. So the best way that I believe that I could explain this is that, think about this. If you go into somebody's house, right, and you're going in and you're leaving somebody out in the car waiting, because from all what I thought that it was supposed to be is that he was supposed to go and see if he was at the right house to see what's going on, if we're truly welcome, but she didn't really know how she was feeling. Why don't you go check it out and then let me know? I want to know who's there. Also, maybe she wanted to know if Brian Higgins was going because she didn't want to be there if Brian Higgins was there. Okay. But it could have been something that was said that here, you're going to go in, see what's up, and then, you know, and then come back out and come get me. Okay. That seems normal to me. That seems like a very normal thing. With that said, it also then makes sense for the steps that John O'Keefe would endure like this. Going into the home and going downstairs immediately because he's getting these 3 flights, 12:22 to 12:24. He's in that house, and I went and saw that he doesn't make any steps until his phone doesn't move and he doesn't move. Well, his phone doesn't move for 5 minutes. And so you can either ask yourself that he has his phone on him and he's sitting down, okay, because he comes in, he goes downstairs. Now the phone has to then come up, and you're going to have an Apple person testify to say if when you go down the flight of stairs with the new technology, does that count as a flight of stairs, or do you have to be going up every time? If in fact you'd have to go up every time, you'd have to go, you know, come in. Oh my God, I got to pee. Oh, here, run upstairs, go pee up there because, you know, everybody's downstairs. So go pee upstairs. So he went upstairs to use the bathroom. 1 flight, comes down after, you know, he took a quick piss because you're able to go right upstairs. Comes down from taking a quick piss. Okay. Then they go downstairs to the basement. And then, okay, I got to go get Karen. But how are you going to be able to register 3 flights of stairs in this 2 minutes? Jen McCabe calls him at 12:29 and they talk. Because what I believe happens is like he then says, I'm going to go get Karen. She's texting him to say, oh, hey, you know, where are you? Hello. And then calls 8 seconds. All right. Because I personally believe that instead of coming out the front door like he did to go in, he somehow in the house got mixed around and went out the back slider to be in the backyard, which is where the dog would have been let out. In the backyard there, right? And also there'd be other people in the backyard smoking if they're, you know, smoking cigarettes, and he's a smoker. Is John O'Keefe a smoker? Would he have gone out back because people were smoking out back? You know, is he able to then, he got twisted around, thought he was walking out the front door. Okay. Goes out the back, and that's where he would have encountered possibly Colin Albert, possibly Brian Higgins, possibly who the fuck ever, okay, to be running their mouths, whatever, and they get into it, which would make sense that Jen McCabe's over here saying, where are you? Like, hello, where are you? Like, and then calls, you know, that to me makes sense as you're supposed to come back in because you were just running outside to bring her in. And then Jennifer McCabe is going back over to the door to then see, then I'm seeing Karen Reed driving away. That's how she's going to explain it. You know, then I go over to the door to try to see, then the car's gone as it's driving away. I see it driving away. And so I just assumed that they went home, that she didn't want to come in. But she's going to have to say that she went over the door because he came in. You get what I'm saying? Like, but that to me makes the most sense. And that he just never made it back to Karen's vehicle. He does, however, whether it's somebody with his phone taking these 36 steps or himself or himself taking the final 36 steps that his phone registers, which is, where is it? Well, you guys know. His phone takes 36 steps, which is registered, and nothing happens from his phone after 12:36, 12:35. Where is it? My sheet. So none of them really smoke. Okay. Well, that's interesting. But if it's a house that you don't really know, I could tell you this. John was without his phone, no doubt, based on, oh wait, here's a step, sorry. Those 36 steps, 1231, 1232. It's only a 20-second period. And it's because somebody knew to shut the phone off and put it in airplane mode. Somebody knew to shut that phone off. Okay, but this is what's interesting to me though. Why did Karen Reed drive off? Does Karen Reed not remember anybody coming over to her car at some point and saying, hey, John just said to go, he's going to hang back? Like, what was the plan at that point when John would have been, what if Karen Reed just doesn't drive off? What if Karen Reed gets out of her vehicle, goes up to the door and knocks on the door and says, hey, is John in here? There's no texts between Karen that I have. Doesn't mean they don't exist. But I'm curious to see, because all we have right here and all everybody wants us to see is just the McCabe. That doesn't mean that there's other things that aren't there. This is just the Jen McCabe shit. Okay. But for me, right here, he stops taking steps at 12:24, and then the phone makes so at 12:24. I don't know what type of. I don't know how something could go south so quick, unless somebody made a stupid ass comment. What if she heard the attack? No, I don't think so. They were prepared. They were waiting to get Karen Reed's phone call. That's why they didn't sleep. Paul says, in my opinion, it was planned. What I originally thought back before I knew the case, I always wondered if Karen Reed truly truly ever drove over there. Okay. So let me back up. If Karen Reed's not feeling well and she's sick and he wants to go to a party, okay, why wouldn't he just drive with them and Karen Reed go straight home? Why would Karen Reed drive him there and drop him off? Make sure that he gets there only to then, if they're all going, well, here, can John just ride with you and I can just go home? Think about that. Or was it that they weren't going to go and then John all of a sudden was like, well, here, let's go for a little bit, I disagree with that completely. No way. She was calling him all night. No. I will say this. Can I say this? If you guys think that this was planned like that, all right, then somebody would have had to slip something in Karen's drink to like pass her the fuck out. Or like she would have like had like the, Karen should have probably been tested for fucking rape drug to knock her ass out. If that's, because I don't see how you could think that. Think about this. Think about the people that are inside the house. Well, shit, Karen knows that John was here. What the fuck are we going to do? What are we going to do? Karen knows that he was here until that morning when they think that, Karen doesn't remember everything clearly. And then, okay, boom. I mean, or was Karen saying right off the rip to these officers, and they're just totally gonna lie, and she's like, I dropped him off here. I left because he wasn't answering my phone call. I was fucking pissed at him. I left, but I left him here, and yeah, 100. That's exactly what I think. Okay. Or when he attempted to go, then something happened. But my whole point is that how is the people that are inside possibly thinking to themselves, well, Karen knows that he was here. What the fuck are we going to do and say? What the fuck are we going to do and say? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And Karen woke up bright ass early, started calling people, wanted to go looking for him, calls them. And so, I mean, what was going to be the plan? Somebody said to me once, well, that has to be the stupidest thing to put out a body on, like, why didn't they put him down a couple ways and act like he like was walking out, like walking? Well, I don't know how much time they had. I think that John O'Keefe was outside in the weather outside in the backyard, and these people were shitting their pants. John O'Keefe couldn't have been in a car, you guys. John O'Keefe couldn't have been in a car from whatever time. He couldn't have been in a car sitting in some driveway or sitting in some garage and be at 80 degrees. Okay. I mean, if he's down in the basement, who's carrying him all the way up? There's no set, so you have to think about that. I believe that he was in the back, out in the weather to be that cold at that time. I will tell you this though. I think Canton Fire Department's sick as fuck. I think that they slowly and methodically were doing things to be extra slow. I do think that. I don't think that they weren't for a second. I'm sorry, but why are you staying on scene for all that time? That makes no sense. Why aren't you trying to rush him to the hospital? You can be working on him and rushing him. And the other thing I think is weird is at 5:00 in the morning, when Kerry Roberts would have called to say to the police department and Goode took that phone call, right? Wait, he's a Boston cop? Like what? You know what I mean? I think that would have sent rumors around. That would have got people talking. Jury will go with what makes sense. Well, what makes sense? Broken taillight has been blown up by at this point. Don't think jury is buying that. Oh, hell no, they're not buying the. No way. And they're not there to. I believe that Karen is going to be totally acquitted of this, but I think that justice should happen for John O'Keefe, and that's also not Ellen Jackson and Unetti's job. Well, I didn't know how these people were. I didn't know if they socialized, if they used party drugs. I didn't know if they were going there to maybe pick something up. Oh, hey, come back over to the house. We have those gummies there. We have this there. Come and get that. Or we're going to call so-and-so Nagel, Caitlin's boyfriend. They have all that stuff. I was told that the Alberts do cocaine. That there was everybody knew that they partied like that. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what I was told. You know? Karen is up against the Brotherhood. That they do. So I was right with the whole little, So with that said, I mean, what makes the most sense to me, okay, is I'd have to see how many steps would have happened is it at all possible that O'Keefe possibly walked on his own for 36 steps after getting, beat up, whatever, and they were like, get the fuck out of here, fuck you, dude, whatever. And so he leaves the house, walks out, and falls over and is laying in that ditch. And then I just keep coming back to this. He's a cop. He would have reached for his cell phone and he would have called somebody. He would have called Karen or 911. I think that he would have had enough work. I mean, he's a cop, right? So I don't know. Remember, garage keypad changed. Yeah. I pointed that out. But I didn't know if maybe it was frozen shut, And clearly Karen got in that night before, the night of. So who changed the keypad? I think maybe instead of it being changed, it was it could have just been disabled. Hell with disturbing the body to look for ID. Well, he asked the people that were there, and then they gave him who it was, and yeah, I mean, I guess he could have tried to go for his wallet. All I'm trying to do is play devil's advocate with people that want to say that Karen Reed's guilty, and there's just nothing there. I don't see it. People fight all the time. I don't see it. I see Jen McCabe's fucking doing crazy ass shit. And you know what the thing is these are all cops. They know, like, here, give me your phone. I can't use mine. Here, give me your phone. But then she gets at home, and then what? Let's see. This is But I'm very curious to see how they're going to explain this call right here. Look at Jen. 5:52, 5:31, 5:25, 5:14, 4:59, 5:09, 5:08, 5:04, 4:59. Why is that there? Why isn't this phone call here? You guys see that? It should be pretty clear. I agree. They started framing her after the fact. I think that they had a plan to say that he was hit by a plow, and then that changed when they realized that Karen, they could frame her. So, look at that. Why would that be here? You guys see that? This is John's phone. You want to know what I think? I think that they fucked with John's phone when they had it. They attempted to. Because guess what happens? And I learned this from doing the Chris Watts case, that when you attempt to delete things, blah, 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 do you think that Karen would have known John's password? Do you think that John even had a password on his phone? Because that hasn't come out yet. And so what could end up happening is stuff gets in the wrong order when you attempt to delete stuff. So I'm curious if his phone was tampered with in any type of a way, because this should not be here. This should be up here. It's 4:59. This is coming straight from the Cellbrite. This isn't someone typing this up. Just so you guys know that. This isn't me typing up this data. This is a report, a generated report. So who doesn't have a password? Cheaters. If it's shown that the Ring videos are deleted when Proctor had J.O.'s phone, guessing no password. Well, I'm saying that a lot of people have passwords, but when you're in a relationship, you have their password. You know what I mean? My son has my password for, what if you needed someone to call 911? Do your kids have, your password? It's not the 80s anymore. It's not the 90s anymore where you just go grab your landline if there's an emergency and you call. Oh my God, I couldn't even save and help my mom because my mom, I couldn't even use her phone. I didn't know her password. How crazy is that? Crazy world we live in now. How is it tamper proof? I don't know what you mean by that. Ooh, facial recognition. That's interesting. Would that work? Because he's all messed up. But if he has the thumbprint, your thumbprint would work. Usually people that have facial recognition, they have like the thumbprint. Yes, my kids know my password. Good. I can just tell you this, that looks, something's off there. I've never seen that. I've never seen this should be, I don't know how this happened. None of these were deleted out of his phone. Otherwise they would say yes to deleted, or the defense is fucking with us. I don't think they are. So when you look at like Jen's, hers say yes. Dude, she stored in a burner phone, bitches. House line of dying cold. Burner. John's phone goes up a flight of stairs at 11:19 a.m. and makes it up a flight of stairs within 3 seconds. You know how quickly it is to get up a flight of stairs in 3 seconds? And I'm going to tell you where that happens at. It happens at one place and one place only. And Jen McCabe knows all about it. It's when you go, look at that. Or does Jen McCabe know all about it? When Jen McCabe goes up her stairs at her own home, it takes her 3 seconds. John's phone goes up a flight of stairs. Look at how long it takes it. 3 seconds. Boom, bitches, come get me now. It's circumstantial, but it's interesting, isn't it? How you like me now? What else? Where does she do that again? Like, where does he go? So then look at this. 7:58 in 2 seconds. 2 seconds ran up that motherfucker. That's a sprint. You know how you just run really quick to 2 seconds. Oh, I know that the McCabe's and the Alberts had 100% had his phone. How about this? We've gone how many days now? They're talking about evidence. They're supposed to be talking about evidence, collecting of evidence. We've heard from every firefighter. We've heard from every cop within like the scene. Firefighters and cops within the scene. Has any single person, and I already know the answer, has any single person testified to being asked, did you find a cell phone? Nobody has asked that. Not a single person has asked that. The prosecution hasn't asked that, nor the defense has asked that. They talked about a shoe. They've talked about a hat. They've talked about his clothing, that he didn't have a jacket on. Not a single person. They've talked about the blood. They've talked about the broken glass. They've talked about the glass coming from allegedly, the waterfall. Not a single person, prosecution nor defense, has talked about, did you find John's wallet? Did you find John's phone? But the defense has done it this way. You would have noticed something big there. You would have noticed something small there, would you not? Yes, we would have. Yes, we would have. Okay. You would have noticed something like this. You would have noticed something like that. You would have noticed something like this. Did you find, but they don't ever come out and tell you it's by design. It's a strategy. But you know who else isn't doing it? The defense has a strategy with that. You want to know who doesn't have a strategy with that? Lally. How is Lally? Why hasn't Lally talked about John O'Keefe's phone yet? Because it's that fucking bad. Thank you, Jay. Gotta go, but just wanted to say you are the best investigative crimes on YouTube. Thank you. Lena, do you think that they are waiting to ask Jen about the phone being, they think she may have it? Well, everybody that has been at that crime scene has testified, because remember today they testified that the crime scene was closed. The crime scene was cleared rather at 8 o'clock, just before 7:58. Look at that. 7:58, the crime scene is closed. John O'Keefe's phone goes up a flight of stairs. Interesting. Then John O'Keefe, this is floors. 826. 3. 826. You guys do know that he's pronounced dead, right? Like dead man walking, right? So when did they pronounce John O'Keefe dead? Well, I can tell you this. It was definitely before what? And when a cop gets a phone and they take it into evidence, when you get that phone, you're securing it and you're immediately putting it in airplane mode. 7:50 a.m., right? So look at that. Then look at this, 8:26 and 11:19. And so you're immediately securing that in airplane mode. This phone was passed around like fucking a hooker, all right? A cheap hooker. But that's going to conclude everything. Today was great. Today was a great day for anybody that truly wants to see how somebody should be properly defended. Karen Reed was defended to the utmost today. Karen Reed was defended how every single person in America should be defended, whether you have money or not. That's tail light is completely smashed in the dash cam. You think so? Well, guess what? I hope you're right. You want to know why I hope you're right? Because Gallagher was there. You guys know that, right? I mean, fucking Gallagher was there. So don't worry, they'll be recalled. But yeah, I can't tell. But I think it's very interesting that Bev wanted to hurry up and get another witness and try to get some testimony. If that isn't biased, I don't know what the fuck is. Bev's never done that at all.
She's like, sidebar.
She's,
sidebar.
No, we're just going to end here today. But tomorrow, is it a full day?
And she said 8:30.
Oh, that's the juror. That's the juries get there. The jurors get there 8:30.
Well, we don't do Wednesdays. I thought we don't do Wednesdays.
I don't know. Was she mistaken? Did she say fuck the schedule? We're going Wednesdays.
We're going rogue. She left her little toy in her.
You guys are certified nuts. Actually, I hope you're right here. I'm going to give you the link here.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I want to hear what Joey has to say. Hit the link here, and I'll give you 5 minutes to tell me that I'm nuts. And then let me own your ass for just 1 minute. I'm just feeling some type of way. There you go. Hit the link. Tell me I'm nuts. Hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link, girl. Hit the link.
No dick pic.
Love being here. Much calmer atmosphere, and you don't blare out our ears. Oh, yay. You have the audio balance well. Oh, thank you. I try.
Yes, you better try.
Trying to mic control, baby mic. I totally agree, Lana. Everyone deserves a defense like that. Yeah. That's a fake name. Well, I was hoping it would be like somebody that had some fake balls. Show me some fake balls with your fake name, motherfucker.
Don't really show fake balls, though.
You are not nuts. Oh, girl, I know. But I love it. No, I love a good debate. So I'm just saying if you it's just this is I just love the data, but Karen Reed doesn't even need any of this. It's over. It's over. All right, we'll be back live tomorrow. I had a live set up for Idaho 4. I'll be doing that tonight with Bella at 10, so she can we can just tell you how crazy we really are. We're going to talk about the FBI. We're going to talk about. You guys think that Canton can't do homicides? How many Moscow police officers have ever investigated a homicide? I'll let you guys simmer on that.
If you want to take time for that, tell them a little bit about Delphi and how right now Richard Allen just waived his thing for Speedy. So we're back to the October. Those that are into Delphi here, We're back to the October trial dates. Me and Lana went to the hearing March 18th.
Oh, wait, we have a 1-year anniversary.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I just got this so special. Woohoo!
Do it.
Thank you, Belle. Oh, yeah. I didn't even see that. We have a baby.
Is it 9 months or a year?
Oh, wait. Yep. Wait. No. We have a 3-month-old. Sorry. Thank you there, little April. I'm sorry. I was just ready, so fired up to just debate that motherfucker. So, oh, it's like breaking up with someone on Valentine's Day. No, we're back together. No. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Much love out there to all of you guys.
Thank you, mods.
You guys rock, mods. Peace. Wait. I want to get Sean on here though. I really want
Hefe.
Yeah, I want Hefe on here. Hefe, get your ass over here. We'll talk soon. Bye, guys.